telling. And then as they come on, they hear that. Wait a minute. Let me roll the dreaded. Okay, it's a 15. I think we're okay. Just roll. It's still 15. Wow, this thing is loaded dice. Oh, maybe I shouldn't use this dice. Let me see. Medical. I was going to put something else on, and now I forgot what I was going to do. I say I'm ready. Yeah, I'm not really. That's probably super loud. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make us deaf on the third one in. Technically, this would be 4 if we split the other one in half. So, but it's 3. So, let's see. You guys are ready. All right. Welcome to Transformers Unlimited Power. I had to think of the title of the series again because I'll flip it. Let's see. Where were we at? You guys were at the village. Did you ever find out the village name by chance?
No, by threatening a guy.
I don't think they even told us it either.
Okay, I'll leave it alone for the moment. It'll be a little bit of a surprise if you ever ask. Well, actually, there is supposed to be a sign on there, and I forgot to put it on there. That is just an indication of what it is, but But we got, let's see, we have Space Ghost Dave as Gilgamesh, Megumin as the massive overload. Almost said overlord. Almost said the wrong way. As currently they are both in charge beds, charging up at the village, which is called Serenity. I had to throw it in just somewhere. As they have encountered a few bots, especially Overload, of one that he let survive, and then his unit was taken out after that by their unit. Felix, who is the bot in question, is now the medic of this village and is currently trying to make sure everyone is safe and is at peace here. They don't want to fight. After Gilgamesh finds out that his master, Widow, has been here, they found her ship up above. They took care of that and making sure it's still hidden above. Was it the north magnetic pole? I think it was the north. Or was it the south? It was one of the poles. It's hidden in the magnetic field up there that nobody can detect it.
It was in the North Pole.
Okay, it was in the north.
Yeah, I directed it to the North Pole.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was south or not. So I'm like, north. Okay. So it's at the North Pole, currently parked up there. Nobody will be able to detect it in that field right now. As the two have encountered, and Overload being generous enough to help out an Autobot that was severely injured, while Skipjack, the Autobot's friend, was working on him with Felix when Overload approached. As they used that energon that Overload gave the Autobot, it helped to heal that Autobot quickly. They're still injured, but they are doing a lot better. And then they proceeded to head over to their establishment for what would be considered a small bar, or at least a place where they can get something to eat or drink. They were treated to drinks, which were replenish their health, as well as they found out some more information, especially about Gilgamesh's master, Widow. Felix, making sure who Gilgamesh was, gave Gilgamesh a disc for him to look at later. Overload wanting to go help take care of a problem that attacked that Autobot in their med bay or medical facility, I should say. It's not a bay. Was convinced to stay the night because at night it's much worse in the jungles than it is during the day. And with that, we have them both in their charge beds. And it is still dark out. And the power starts fluctuating on the facility. And you are both brought out of stasis from charge because the power is fluctuating. They are trying to keep the fences up, even though they don't really need them. They just have them as a precaution now. But they do keep them up for safety. So you both are starting to wake up. It is still dark out. It's like way early morning.
Quick question. Because that little drink that I had last night, did that charge me up any?
It will give you a little bit of a charge. It's not the purest energon because it comes out of their generators. That's why they were collecting these little crystals that they were showing you.
I was
I
just
don't know if
saying
you
for
remember.
energy's sake, like if by this point I would be up to like a full charge.
You would be both up to a full charge. Most of the
Okay.
time, it just gives you time to process cycles, anything like that. Also, your dream states. You're just kind of in that state of you're just fully charged up. It's early morning, so that would have fully charged up. Plus, you did have your drinks.
Okay.
So like Overload, he had injury that actually replenished his HP back right up. He's fully charged now.
Even though it was more or less a mere scratch.
Yeah, it was. I'm sorry, a mere scratch that you had. I apologize.
It is but a flesh wound.
Yeah. So, as you're both sitting there, what would you like to do? Because you can hear voices around you a little bit, like, "Oh, great, here we go again." The walls aren't.
I just kind of peek my head out the door and just kind of observe the people and what they're doing.
You see out the door because it is a bit lit down the path. There are lights down there. It's still dark out. Barely any daylight's peeking over the horizon.
I have my dark vision.
Yeah, but you can still see. So you see a few of the Autobots and Decepticons standing out there. Ex Autobots and Decepticons. Got to make sure that's clear. That they're standing out there talking like, man, we're running out of power. You can hear them a little bit because it's quiet. You still hear the jungle around you a bit, but you can hear them. The village is pretty quiet. And they're just talking about how they're running out of power again. We're going to have to make another run, and it's way too risky. And you can see Felix come out of the medical, and that building's still lit. Every other building's kind of dimmed down or shut off because they're trying to conserve the power. So you hear Felix, we're going to have to conserve the power until daybreak, and then head down and see if we can get at least a few crystals to power up the generators again. This is what our shipment was for. We didn't get it. We might have to use one of those energon cubes to power it up, and that should last us a good week or more. And then you see him walk off. You just see the others just kind of looking at each other like, oh, great.
Am I in the same room with Overload?
Did you join Gilgamesh in the same cabin?
I mean, more than likely, yeah.
Okay, then you're both in the same cabin. I'll allow it. Because it's like, I
just kind of look over to him and, like, you catch all that.
For the most part.
Yeah, your passive perceptions are pretty high, so yeah. And yes, it is Transformers D&D Winter Starlight. Sorry. I just looked down, I saw, I was like, wait. But yes, your perceptions are pretty high, your passives. So you would hear a lot of this. And again, the village itself right now is quiet. So you can hear them talking because nothing else is running. The generators are just barely running right now. They're just maintaining the medical facility mainly because they still have that one Autobot in there.
So they need crystals to power the generators here.
You can ask. You
And they
can ask.
mentioned that they need to do trips, so possibly we can find them on the planet.
You can very well ask them, and they'll probably tell you where they're at and what needs to be done to get to them. All you have to do is ask them.
I just kind of lean my shoulder against the wall and just go, this village seems to have a number of problems. Between the monsters they asked us to hunt and now this energy problem.
Well, I mean, for people trying to run away from the war, it makes sense that they're having problems. Most of the supplies aren't going to be directed to them.
Perhaps it's better if they relocate to a larger village.
Yeah, but soon enough they'll be faced with the same problem here.
Well,
at most, the war can be quickened or supplies can be gathered for them. That's pretty much it.
gathering supplies would only be a short-term solution to a larger problem. They need a steady supply line to keep them going. They don't have one. And unless they establish one here with some form of trader, they're going to be in trouble regardless.
I mean,
giving them supplies now would only give them, what, a week, maybe 2 more weeks' time? What's going to happen then?
I mean, easier said than done. They're more or less fugitives. I mean, that doesn't change the fact for at least me, but I'm still rolling by.
What happens to this village is no concern of mine, but if they expect to survive.
Knocking.
Yep, I stopped
Hello?
to the knocking.
Are you guys okay in there?
The door's open. I'm just kind of leaning against the wall. I just turn. We're right here.
We're discussing our next point of action.
And you see the door open slowly, and one of the Autobots sticks his head in. We're just checking on all of you. You guys okay in here?
We're fine.
Yes.
He's just a short little bot, buddy. He's just friendly. He's just wants to make sure.
So it seems that your people might have a bit of a problem occurring.
He kind of looks down. Yeah, we used to be able to get to the sources pretty easily. They're not that far away, but with those things out there, it's made it harder. The creatures of the planet, most of them are pretty good, except for some of the bigger hostile ones, which they moved in for some reason. We don't know why.
I'm just tapping my arm and just kind of tapping it I have an idea of what's out there.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
With these creatures that are out amok, do they tend to avoid one another if they're more dangerous than the other?
Well, I have never been out there personally myself. I'm not much of a fighter. I don't even have a blaster really. I just do a lot of maintenance work.
More of ear to the ground stuff. If you heard it, then you did. But if you didn't, then oh well.
We all talk. From what the others have said that have gone out, at least the ones who have come back, they used to be able to go out there pretty easily until something or some things big would move in and out of the shadows quickly. You couldn't see them. They were very quick most of the time, but they were big, but they were mostly in the dark, like the shadowy areas. And so we stopped going at night and we avoided the shadowy areas when we went down that way. But this last attack has us concerned because it was in the daylight. So I'm not sure what else I could tell you other than that they have a nasty bite.
Hmm. What if, what if you were to obtain a trophy from one of these creatures?
A trophy? Like their head?
Yes.
He's
Do
just
you
got
think
his
that would
head
possibly lessen the attacks? Or at least those that are patrolling?
I don't know. You could ask one of the ones who's been out recently. They'd probably be able to tell you a little bit more. All I've heard is stories, so you might want to ask
Yeah.
Skipjack. He was the last one out, and he brought back. Well, he's doing a lot better now. But
Yes. I'll definitely pay a visit to him. And thank you for checking up on us.
you're welcome. You're more than welcome to come out. The fences are still kind of active, and they're just there as a precaution right now.
We have,
Is
me and my friend here have a bit more to discuss, so we'll be out shortly.
okay. And I'll see you later. And just kind of waves. He's a really friendly kind of bot. He's not any kind of a fighter. He's like he said, he's just maintenance. So he closes the door and he walks away.
I just give him a little nod as he goes out the door.
Just
Now
waves.
then,
Hmm.
and once he leaves, now then, to the point of the matter. Your boss, or yes, master in your case.
Yes, my master.
So, what exactly are we to expect when finding her? Like, what is her description so I know if we do encounter her, I don't attack on sight?
She is a beast bot, a white widowed spider.
Oh, geez, that's not concerning at all.
Now you see why I think I know what's out there, causing the problem. I'm
Alright.
conflicted, to be quite honest, because she's
Why do
out
you
in
think?
hiding for a reason, but she's becoming more feral.
She's going rogue from what I'm hearing, in a sense.
That's one way to describe it.
Then, is there any way of reasoning with her if she does turn out wild?
I have to hope so. It's gonna have to be me to do it. But, and I kind of look at the crystal disc. Before we venture out, I want to see what's on here, because I think there might be a message. I can
I
return
mean,
to the ship quickly and check it out. It'll just take me. How far are we from the ship?
Well, you didn't land at their coordinates, so you were a mile by human standards from the original landing site, and
I
it's
can get
about
out there in like 5 minutes, and like
yeah.
I can be
It
back in like half an hour.
you'd be like 2 miles away. You're a motorcycle that's really agile and quick, so you're gonna just
Yeah.
you'd be in and out.
Give me a half an hour. I can check what's on this disc, and then we'll venture out.
alright. Then while you're out, I'll converse, I guess, with the citizens, get some information.
Maybe see if you can help them figure out some viable trade routes, or if you know anyone who might be able to be contacted to assist them. Maybe you can figure something out for them.
Try.
Oh,
If with the right rank, you can get pretty much anything.
well, I'll be back shortly, and I open the door and I will head out and transform to my bike and head straight out. I'll head straight out to the ship.
The others are just
And
looking at you like, "Oh, that's so cool." Sorry. I really
My
need to post a picture of that motorcycle.
first point of interest would be the one that's recovering.
So you want to head over to the medical?
Yep.
All right. As you proceed out the door, you see the other bots are out there conversing, just chatting, trying to figure out what they're going to do next as well. They see you, they're all like, kind of like a general way of like, but they're kind of still watching you, just seeing what you're going to do. Because they're still kind of worried with you after the day before. So they're watching you just to make sure it's like, we're not going to have a problem look, are we? And you walk right on by them, but it's up to you if you want to interact with them at all.
I mean, at most, I can change. I can change where I have my blade to like signify I'm not going to touch it anytime soon.
As long as you don't make any sudden gestures, they're not going to do anything to you. They're just concerned because they want to stay peaceful as possible. Even though they are armed, it's not to fight each other.
I mean, if anything, I'll just push my sword from the waist towards the back, and then just give, I guess, a passerby salute.
And you notice when you salute, two of the Decepticons salute you back. And then they drop back and they just resume talking to the others.
Soldiers. All right.
You don't see Felix or Skipjack and one other, that little bot that was nearby out there with them. So, and you saw Felix go back into the medical bay. So you know he's in there.
I want to. I guess there's like no receptionist or something. Yeah.
No. So you're walking in through the front door of it.
Yeah.
As you walk in, because you'll see this right by the first table that's right right before you go into the medical area, you'll see right about there sitting on the table what looks like a small microscope or something. And then you hear it respond, "Oh, hello again."
Oh, you little one.
"Yes, my name is Micron." And he transforms and lands on the floor in front of you. He's probably about 7 feet tall. He's not very big.
Well, pleasure to meet you, Micron.
Yes, Felix is in there working and just checking on the other bot that's in there. Did you need something?
More to Skip for information.
Oh, okay. They're in there. You can go in and talk to them if you'd like.
Much appreciated.
You're welcome. And he transforms back and lands back up on the table.
All right, then I'll head into the other room then.
As you walk in, you see Felix looking over the Autobot laying down, and Skipjack's there too. He's got his back to you though. He doesn't see you or hear you because he's focused on his friend. And you see Felix looking over and checking like vitals and that. He's got like a little data pad he's reading. And it's
How's
like,
your friend coming along?
oh, he's doing very well now. He's stable, and he seems to be ready to go if he wants to get up.
I take advantage on worked really well then.
It did, and Felix sets down the tablet next on a little table next to him, and he walks over to you. He goes, "Yes, it did. It helped greatly. That pure energon that you had went right into his system, and his system started auto repairing most of the damage. We took care of the major stuff though, and now as you can see, it's almost like he's almost brand new, but you can still see some of the weld spots and couple other spots where it's been fixed up. But you see the Autobot sit up and spin, and he's got his back to you. And you see Skipjack look over you like he's nodding to you like as a thank you for doing that. And you see Skipjack put his hand on his friend's back like, "Hey buddy, you all right?" And you just see the one, like, it looks like he's taking a deep breath, and he just kind of settles back. "I feel great. Can we do that again?" And you just see Skipjack put his hand to his forehead like, "Oh, great. No, we're not doing that again." You hear them kind of start bickering. And Felix is just shaking his head like, "Oh, here we go again. Look at Atrox. You can't do this again." "What? It was fun, but I didn't expect the big thing to come out of nowhere and hit us. It was pure daylight." And you see him stand up and turn around and looking across at Skipjack face to face. And he's a big kind of bot. He's about the same size as you, maybe a little shorter, but you could tell he's a land vehicle for sure because he's got big old tires. He looks almost like some kind of form of human like dump truck, but he's not built the exact same way. He's some kind of hauler of some sort. So, but he's a big boy. And you can see him looking back at Skipjack. "Yeah, we still don't know what that was. We don't even know if it was the same thing." And you see Atrox kind of stand up with his hands on his hips like, "I can tell you what it was by its teeth. That thing was big. I think it was one of the big ones, but why was it out? It shouldn't have been out." "True."
I actually have a question about that.
And they both stop and look at you, and Atrox just kind of looks at you for a moment, and it's like, "I heard you were the one who gave me the Energon."
Yeah,
And
you're seriously wounded.
he walks over, and Felix kind of steps aside, and he's like toe to toe with you. And it's like he wants to fight you, but instead he just looks at you, takes a step back, and he salutes you.
I'll give him a salute back.
"I thought I recognized you. It took me a moment. Overload. We've met before.
Halfway.
That supposed war we were fighting for our freedoms, for our rights, for everything. But I remember you." And he looks down at Felix, "Because you let him live. That says you're a better bot than most. Respect you for that. Don't respect you for the other, but we're peaceful here, and I'm letting everything go from here on out. I still know what each side did too. And I appreciate what you did by letting Felix live. He saved a lot of us here."
I only did what was morally correct for me.
He just looks at you and just shaking his head like, "Yeah, that's what we all should have done. For the all, not just one side or the other's purposes we were all directed to do. So we're here now in this village. We're making a go of it. The inhabitants so far have been polite enough to leave us alone, except for the new encounters that we've had to erect these gates." Felix,
Yeah, in which sense you had a close encounter with one. I was hoping to get some form of description.
he kind of looks down, looks back up at you. "Description: big lizard-like thing with lots of teeth. Doesn't mind chewing on metal, or eating it for that fact. We lost a lot of people when we first got here because we had no problem getting our sources of energy until suddenly they showed up. We don't know why. The other inhabitants don't even know either. They're just kind of surprised. They had to move a lot of their species around because these new creatures moved in. They're usually in a other part of the planet not here. So they don't understand why they're here.
Hmm.
But they're bigger than you or I.
Any other description you could possibly give me?
Well, most of the time they're in the shadows. They blend in very well. For something bigger than us, they move fast. Uh, most of the time they just bite. They might try and ram you every once in a while, but I can tell you they got a big head. And also there might only be 3. We're not sure on that.
Hmm. Big reptilian-like, mainly bites.
Yeah, Skipjack steps up and he's like, "Yeah, you don't want to mess with them, really. I was able to take a few shots at this thing, and it ran off as soon as I did. I'm not sure if it's the flash that made them run away or if it was just the sound. They usually don't run away that easily." And that's when I collected up Atrox and we booked it out of there. Well, at least I did. I had to fly him out, and then I had to land because I was running out of energy.
Hmm. I have a few ideas what that could be, but I heard there was another problem that you lot have.
Well,
From what I heard, your generators are low, or at least starting to.
yeah, this is where Felix kind of steps in a bit. You see, that's where we do have a bit of a problem. We use those crystals, they're energon crystals. They're actually pretty pure, but we can only get small amounts. And he kind of walks over to a case past you, right past Micron, and he opens up a little case and he pulls out a little crystal. It's sitting in his hand. It's not big at all. He shows it to you. This is about as much as we can usually retrieve, like handfuls of this. This is it. We can't even get a chunk. We suspect there's bigger pieces somewhere there because these little pieces look like they've been sheared off and dropped everywhere along the path that we found. And there is an area we're kind of hesitant on going to because we don't know what's there.
Well, there is an idea I have. Well, it's only a theory. Well, I guess more of a pact theory, more than anything. But typically, things that are big cause fear within smaller ones, or equal fear to the same big ones.
You hear Micron? Yeah, it's true.
So, what if you had a head of one of these big ones?
It
Do you
might
think?
deter them away. I don't know. We've never really encountered these before. Everything else when we first got here wasn't too bad, but right soon after, within the like couple cycles, these things showed up and we lost half of the people that were here. We don't even know if any of them are still alive. We assume they're not because we couldn't find them.
Well, I'm not exactly making a promise here, but if we do eventually encounter one of these so-called big ones, I'll try and nab a head.
It would help us just as well as the rest of the inhabitants. Not all inhabitants here are out to kill you. Some are pretty friendly, they just don't communicate the same way. So these things, they won't communicate and they will not be friendly.
Well, with the ones that are friendly already, after a sign of the trophy of the big one being downed, maybe they become a bit more friendlier and cooperate with you.
Maybe, but we're not willing to risk too many others. We've lost a lot already. As you can see what's happened, without pure energon, I can't fix these guys up fast. As is, we may be using one of those cubes just to power everything if we need to, but we run it on a very limited use. The med bay is the biggest thing that we keep running all the time if we need it. If we could just get a couple of those big crystals, that would run us for many cycles, just even in 2 of our generators.
Also, do you know of any sort of trade routes that could have come to this planet?
There is some other ships that do pass by. We keep our communications limited, so there's only, well, the one that was supposed to deliver, which was, well, his master's, the widow's ship was supposed to come down. She's always been good to us. We've always been fair with her as well. He was one, and then there was another one. We haven't seen him in a while. We don't know what happened. We just known him as a D. That's it. We didn't ask too many questions on names. He wasn't as nice all the time, but he delivered stuff that we needed.
Hmm. Well, I can try to sort things out with D if I do find them, and possibly get the trade route open again for you guys. And if it helps, with possibly some of the Decepticons that are either not in the war, you can try spreading my name around. Maybe some form of offer might be given.
Well, I know a few of them here know who you are, Overload. I didn't even
Yeah,
have to say your name, and they already knew. They're not mad at you or anything. They're just surprised to see you.
yeah. So was that captain when I took the ship. Well, that's something else.
Yes, I
But
see.
besides from him, most people from the Decepticon side, they might be willing to trade with you if you have something of value, which crystals and whatever you might get from the inhabitants of this planet might be enough interest to supply stuff to the settlement.
Well, I'd much appreciate it for all of us because we could really use it out here. We're just, like I said, we're trying to maintain peace and we don't want to fight anymore. We just want it for the all. That means all of us, not just one side or the other. And
Yeah,
we found
I,
peace here. We respect each other for what our differences are, and we don't push it. We like it here. Even though we have a bit of a lizard problem of some sort, it's not been
yeah.
bad.
I would also mention that you might want to spread my name a bit lightly, as you know,
You're supposed
wanted
to
and
be
all.
dead.
Well, that I'm also wanted for taking the ship. So,
Uh,
I
taking a
mean,
ship.
granted, it wasn't their ship to begin with. So I
Wait.
was just reclaiming a present from a friend.
Oh, so you're just taking back what wasn't rightfully theirs then, anyway.
Yes, but the general can be petty.
Can I ask you who your friend was that owned that
His name was
ship?
Rex.
Rex. I think I remember him, but he wasn't killed. I can tell you that.
He wasn't.
No, he was taken captive. I was kind of surprised.
Hmm.
Yeah, they took him away. They beat him pretty badly, but they took him away. I don't know where. I'll tell you that. I wish I could
Yeah.
give you more on him. The big guy, right? Toothy grin.
Yeah. That would be it's good enough to know he's still kicking at least.
I hope so. I'm sorry that's not great news though, but yeah, it's.
I mean, hell, he might be better off than what I am.
Well, in the condition he was when I saw him, and I mean, I didn't like it when they were hitting him a couple times. He wasn't in great shape, but he was still up. So at least there may be hope that he's still around.
All right. Well, then I'm going to set up for the small journey, I would hope.
Well, if you need supplies, we do have a storage building across from the cantina. If you need anything, go in there and help yourself.
Probably just I probably shouldn't need much.
Well, you're more welcome to it. If you need something, let us know. We'll maybe see if we can fabricate anything you need. We don't have a lot, but we try.
All right. Well, with everything else said, I'll try to keep my end of the bargain on trying to get ahead, and hopefully you guys get a trade offer for saying my name.
And Felix puts his hand on your shoulder. Don't go getting yourself killed, though. I know you're a tough bot, but I still don't want to see you dead. And appreciate what you're doing for all of us here.
Not even part of your son letting you care this much.
Yeah, things have changed a lot. Like I said, didn't want to be a part of a war that I didn't believe was right.
Yeah. All right, then I'll get ready to set up then.
All right. If you want to, you can use the cantina for any setup that you need. Nobody's really in there right now, so.
That'll be a good meeting point at least.
And if you need something to drink, grab something. That way if you need to be topped off, at least grab a little something. We still have some Energon in there.
Yeah.
And then Felix goes back and checks on Aatrox. He's looking him over. It's like, are you ready to go out again? And you hear them start kind of bickering back and forth. And all three of them, Skipjack and him, they're all like bickering back and forth. Like, I'm just fine. I can go out. And with that, we're going to switch back over to Gilgamesh. And at this point, I'm assuming you're back at the ship. Your ride was like smooth and quick. You just hear the wildlife, and as you were riding along, because your perceptions, like I said, are pretty high, you can see off in the woods. The light shining is starting to peek through a little bit but you can see some shadows running along with you, like you're like part of a pack running along, and you can see some like I don't know, like a bluish greenish colored eyes glinting and shining, just running. Like there's 3 or 4 other of these things, on like 2 on each side of you, just running along with you, but they're in the wooded parts, just bouncing and leaping, and you're just riding along. It was a peaceful ride. Nothing happened.
I radio ahead to the 3 bots to prepare to open the door real quick, because I'm gonna slide right through and try to avoid whatever's following me.
Okay. You radio ahead. Timmy hears you. Yes, sir. On it. And he starts getting the door open. He's getting ready for you.
No, I was like, on my mark, open the door for me.
Oh, okay. Whenever you're ready, you tell him and he'll open that door. As you race up to the ship, you see the 2 and 2 figures on each side kind of go around, and you see them come out into the opening, and in the shadowed light, you can identify them because the two are closest to you because you're coming around the ship. They're like cat-like ones, like cat robots. They're similar to what Ravage would look like. Everybody knows what Ravage looks like because they're all over the place. But these guys are not like Ravage, where they're sentient. They're wild animals, but they're still like peaceful to a point. As long as you don't attack them, they don't attack you. Unless you're smaller prey and you're big. And you just see them running, and you see the one look over at you, the deep blue eyes, and then he just kind of, and they both, those two shoot off into the woods, and the other two are already gone off into the woods, and they just run off. Nothing happens.
I kind of power slide to a stop, and then I transform back.
I like that. You see them kind of standing off, like perched up on a small rock, one of them. That's the deep blue-eyed one. It's just looking at you. Kind of curious, like. It's still kind of dark, though, so.
Yeah, but I mean, with my dark vision,
yeah,
I should still
you can see. You can still make them out easily. They're just right there. They're like in the open a bit, so you can still see them.
I just give it like a little bit of a nod, and all right, Timmy, open the door for me.
Door opens, and you just see it. You look away, and you look back, and they're gone. They're just blended in. You can't see them anymore. Oh, that's realistic motor engines. Wow. Sorry, but you proceed into the ship.
Give it a
Yeah,
and yeah, I go inside.
As you go inside, right at the base of the top of the ramp, I should say, you see a turret standing there instead, pointing down at you with the laser. And you don't see Timmy or Gung. You're just like, I
stare down the barrel for a moment, and then I just like tilt my head to the side.
And then you see the three of them untransform. One's apart. I've
never seen you do that before.
Sorry, sir. Didn't mean to startle you, but never can be too careful. The other two are like just standing there, just looking at you as well, just like. And Timmy's like, yes, we do transform, just not the way you'd think.
What else do you guys do?
Mm-hmm. Well, we are tools.
I start walking down to what I'm assuming is going to be my crew quarters to use whatever I need to make this disc work.
You can use the Bridges console, but you, in your both overloads and your quarters, you have some of that equipment as well, so you can do private stuff as well.
I'll go to my quarters, and I will pop in this disc.
Timmy, before you get down there, we will return to monitoring ship. We did have a weird anomaly come up, but it went away. And the door's closing at this time. And we'll return to doing that. And
this anomaly, what was it?
Not sure. It was hard to detect. And then you hear Phoenix. Yes, it was hard to detect, sir. We could not pick it up at all for a moment, and then it was here, then it was there, and then it was gone again.
Where was it exactly did you pick it up at?
Above the ship. Flying.
Okay.
It wasn't very big.
Probably a drone. They know we're here. So we're on the clock now. I make my pace a little bit quicker to go to my quarters to do this.
And Timmy and the other two run off to check the rest of the ship and keep monitoring.
All right, so what does this disc have on there for me?
So as you pop the disc in, your video screen comes up. It's a hologram, so you're seeing your master widow in 3 dimensions. She's standing kind of kneeled, and she stands up. I hope you get this. And oh, good, it is recording. And she's looking around very nervous. Like, you can tell she's on her ship, though, because you can recognize her bunk. You can recognize a few of the items that are showing up in the hologram.
Okay.
Little one, if you get this, we are being betrayed from inside the guild somewhere. I'm being tracked right now. Whoever is here, they've already damaged my ship. I only have so much time. And you see it kind of static in and out a few times. I'm going to have to use the escape pod and get out of here. I might not live through this. If the ship survives, she's yours. At least if I return, she's yours until then. If not, I'm glad you have it, little one. I'm proud of you for everything you've done and you've accomplished. I know we haven't done good things all the time, but you are a strong bot. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. And she's very calm, but you can tell she's nervous because she's looking around still. And suddenly you hear an explosion. Oh, what for cyber's sake is going on now? You see her kind of frantic. I was sent here to deliver goods. Somebody sabotaged my ship. But there was some other purpose I came here for, and I don't want to leave why exactly, but there is a secret here. And it's near the landing coordinates, but the last time I was here, they told me it was dangerous to go there. At least where I wanted to go. I didn't tell anybody else where I was going. I have a rough guess of where they are. And she pops up coordinates that you read off and they scan into your memory cortex and you have it. If you find it, be careful. This may be, and she hesitates. I need to get out of here. Be careful. It may be Shockwave's lab or one of them. Watch out. And the transmission cuts on it.
I sit in thought for a moment. The idea that we're being betrayed within the guild is making me ponder various options.
Now, while you're sitting there, do you guys have, I'm assuming you probably would, is a small screen still, like up on the bridge, like the Cortex News kind of thing. It just comes across the networks.
Mm-hmm.
You notice the bounty for the ship has gone up. It's another 50,000 Shaniks on top of the 300,000.
Do I see this from where I'm at in my quarters?
Mhm.
Is there like a little okay?
Because all your stuff is like a console setup right there. It's like your own little desk in there.
I sift through it and I check to see if the bounties on myself and Overload have gone up as well.
Yours hasn't changed, and you notice it tells you how many people have, like, how many bots have gone through and other species, how many has viewed it. Kind of like how many people can view like on that YouTube thing they use. Well, you see, yours hasn't been even looked at. Nobody, because it's a general description of you. It doesn't have your name, doesn't have anything. It just, nobody knows.
Because he doesn't know my name.
Nope. And overloads, though, maybe 5,000 Shaniks. You just like, it's not even really worth it. So it's 155,000 now?
So wait, his dropped?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like I look at this, I'm like, wait a minute, wasn't his 50,000 before and now it's 5?
Well, it's like 5,000 drop, so it's like say 145,000. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute.
It's dropping.
Wait a minute.
It's dropping though. But
it's like, man, he must not really want you dead if he just takes away 90% of the cut.
Well, time to bomb a military base.
But as you're sitting there, you notice your bounty just completely disappears, and overloads, it's dropped to 75,000 Shaniks now. Yes, I already had this planned out. Sorry. The ship,
My bounty.
that amount that dropped from yours, there's another 25,000 to the ships. So you're looking at 375,000 Shaniks for the ship.
Something just occurs to me.
Mm-hmm.
He really, really wants this ship back.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason for that. I go to the 3 bots.
They're up on the bridge. They're just monitoring everything.
I go, hey guys, do you know where all the secret compartments are in this class of a vessel?
They all 3 look at you, and you see them do the kind of, you see like their optics. You can see the codes running through all 3 at the same time. You're just they're sitting there for a second. Yes, we do. Actually, we know a pretty good amount of the ship. There's a few places we don't know about that we always had questions. They're sealed up.
What do you need to break those seals?
Well, the grinders we have work, but it's taking a long time to get through. If we had a way of cutting through the metal a little faster, it would be better.
We don't have any kind of laser torches or anything on board?
We have one, but it doesn't work very well. And I will switch that to this so you can see it, because I forgot you were on the ship. Oops. And Timmy looks down at your sword and he taps. That might work. Tink, tink.
I'd like one of you to dedicate your time to trying to crack those seals. Whom among you wants to do this?
Crux, I am equipped to do this.
All right, I want you to work on those seals for us, and when we get back, we're going to take a look and see what's inside, okay?
Aye, aye, sir. And off he goes. You can hear rummaging down below and doing something. And you can, all of a sudden you hear the, he's just going to town. He's just cutting.
And I just start walking down the hall, and I'm just kind of like saying out loud, just like, there's no reason he wouldn't just up the bounty on the ship like this. There's a reason for this. He has to be hiding something in here.
Timmy's kind of following quietly behind you as Gung stuck up at the bridge to keep monitoring things. And Timmy's like, well, we've detected the area on the ship, the 2, but we haven't been able to access them because the welding was done differently, so.
Yep, let's get cracking those open. I know it's going to take some time, so don't worry about it. We got some stuff to do anyway, so you work on that. The rest of you two keep working and monitoring the ship.
We will.
And if that anomaly comes back, radio me.
So far, we haven't seen it. We had it for about a half cycle, and then just disappeared. It's like it was there for a few microcycles and then in and out, it was gone again. And then last time we detected it, it was flying toward the original landing area for the coordinates.
If you pick it up again at all, whether it's near or far, let me know where it's at.
And you hear Phoenix, I will keep pushing my sensors. It's kind of hard to get a reading on this planet. It's odd. I think it's the energy that's emanating from the surfaces.
Do what you can. I understand if it's going to be a little bit of interference, but any little information will be helpful.
Also, sir, from Phoenix, we're having a bit of radio communication because I tried to radio you earlier and could not get a hold of you.
Okay. Do we have any kind of a radio beacon that we might be able to use like a relay?
Timmy's like, we have something, but it's not the greatest shape. It was on here and Gung fixed it up. It kind of works, but it may fry out. It might not work. The circuitry is old, but it will work sort of.
All right. Well, do what you can then. If, like I said, any little information will be of value. So if you're able to get anything, try to send anything out, and we'll go from there.
Hi, Captain. Sorry, not Captain. You were just here, sir. So you become Captain.
I just kind of shrug. Fair enough, and just we'll walk off. Do I need any refill? I don't use any ammo, so I don't really need anything on that. So, I have everything I need on me. So,
and you're still topped up from the village and everything for your personal energy as well. So,
all my weapons are fully charged. Everything. So,
yeah, with those drinks, you both, like I said, you get charged up. You're pretty well. Even you riding back and forth, you barely will use anything.
Okay, I'm leaving the disc in my quarters, so I'm just gonna take that off my inventory.
Yeah.
So okay, all right. That's it for me. I'm gonna head back to the village.
All right. Timmy walks you down to the ramp and opens the door. Be careful. He just kind of stands there, his little 6-foot self, just going.
I just give him a little bit of a wave, transform, and I zoom out.
And you hear the door suddenly closing behind you as well. They're off doing their thing.
I'm making perceptions again to see if I can spot those cats that were running with me again.
You look around. You don't really see them this time. You hear other wildlife run, like about birds of some sort, some kind of flying creatures. They're just, you hear all things kind of scurrying around, but it's like a busy forest, active, but you don't see them. But in the distance, on the path toward where you're going, you see a tall rock. It's still breaking light, but you see something perched up there. And you look and you make out some kind of largish kind of bird-like thing. But it's just perched there. It's not moving.
And this is as I'm driving down the path?
Mm-hmm. As you're looking up at it, eyes open up on it. It would be comparable to what a owl on the Earth-like planet would look like, but big. And it's just staring at you.
I'm going to speed up, and I'm just going a lot faster now down the path.
It's watching you with these deep green eyes, just staring at you. You see it blink a few times like an owl does. as you get closer to it, you see these massive wings open up and just fly off. It
What
kind of
direction is it flying off at?
well, it swoops down back behind the rock, and you can kind of see its wings, but it's just flying away. It's kind of flying toward the village, but not in that direction. It's kind of off at about a 45-degree angle out toward the forest more. And
So if I was looking at it on the map, it would be like southwest of the village?
yeah, give or take a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
It's dead
Okay.
silent too. You can't hear it. You don't hear like engines or anything. It's just silence. You just hear the forest. Because you'd think with something that big and you were close enough, you should have heard its wings flap. You don't hear nothing. It's just silent.
I'm speeding along, but I've just got a sneaking suspicion I'm about to get ambushed.
As you speed along, you're coming through the original landing site. You don't see it anymore. It's like gone. You knew it was right up there flying, but suddenly it's just gone. Don't know where it went. Just poof.
Oh, great.
But it wasn't flying toward you either. It just flew off.
The crow, blackbird
Mm-hmm.
just flew off. Okay.
Yeah. It resembles more of an owl.
Okay.
So it's like a very large owl.
All right. I do make a mental note that the direction it was flying in as I do pass along.
All right. So you speed along. You get back to the village from there. Nothing else happened. It's been pretty quiet from that point on.
All right.
Let me switch.
So as I approach the village, I will transform back, and I'll make sure that whoever's on guard does see me walk up.
Yeah, they're pretty relaxed. There's just it's not too bad. They're standing all out still, kind of chatting, figuring out what they're gonna do. You hear a couple of them. It's like they went off to get some more materials from in the woods over there, and they know they're pretty safe.
I will approach the guards. Gentlemen.
Hello again. The one just...
Quick question for you. Do you know what's in the direction of the southwest of your village?
They both stop and they kind of just look at each other. And then there's a few others there too, because they were all just chatting as well. They all kind of look at each other. It's like what specifically?
I don't know. But I did happen to see something that was suspicious that flew off to the southwest.
You see their optics kind of open up. You saw her.
Saw who?
We don't know who exactly or what it is. The one kind of it's like they're all like, it's all right, go ahead and tell him. And they're just one of the ones in the back that's a smaller Autobot. He kind of steps forward. He's not real short. He's like a foot maybe shorter than you, and he stands there and he looks. He kind of comes up. He goes, he's kind of like a little bit of a protector for certain areas. He's kind of helped save us from those lizard-like things a few times, but it seems like she comes and goes. We just don't know if it's friendly or not, but she hasn't attacked us. We don't see her fly around here. We just, when we do, we feel like we're being kind of watched over and protected.
I'm kind of like, okay, you'll have to pardon the, owl joke, but who is she?
The one in the back kind of snickers, like, never thought of it that way, but Well, we don't know. When we arrived here, she was already here.
Do you have a name for her?
Not really. We just kind of figure she's some kind of night protector.
Interesting. Well, if you're aware of who she is, then I guess it's no mine then.
Yeah, we haven't had any interaction other than she has swooped down a few times to distract, or we're not sure if she's trying to get food or what to attack these things, but we gives us time to get away, and then we're back at our village talking about it, and we just assume she's a great protector of some sort. Mostly at night we see her, because sometimes way out in the distance you see a pair of dark green eyes staring back at you. We have to look at it with binoculars, so we don't know if that's actually she or not. So we just assume it's a species here that's trying to look out for us.
Hmm.
And the one that you approach first, she's like a ghost. She'll be there one moment and then gone the next.
Hmm. I know that all too well, and I just kind of give him a little pat as I start to walk into the village.
And they just kind of look at you like, lucky to see her. That's what one of them say. That just you can hear it say. It's like it's a good, like a good omen, because if you saw her, that means there's possibly something that's good going to happen, or at least not bad.
Hmm. I'm not the superstitious type, but appreciate it all the same. And I keep walking.
All right, Overload. Are you in the cantina still, or where are you at?
Yeah, I was in the canteen.
Okay.
So I guess I'm just gonna go find him then.
One of the bots says tells you that Overload went into the cantina, because he's like, if you're looking for your buddy, he's in the cantina.
Thank you. And I just will go straight there.
So you walk through the door and you see Overload preparing some stuff, checking his weaponry, doing his thing.
Making sure my auto turrets are loaded.
You see them rotating a little bit, up and down.
So are you like sitting at a table as you do this?
Yeah, more than likely, considering
All right.
they're attached to my arms, so
Yeah,
I
you
can't
just
really
see
remove them.
you're just sitting there
I
testing
just I
them.
just grabbed a seat across from you, and I just kind of sit back. So what'd you find out?
Well, I found out that the crystals are part of this planet. They're apparently of pure energon, same as our cubes, which is handy. The inhabitants of this planet, besides from the ones known as big ones, are friendly for the most part. They just keep their distance. And I may or may not have promised to get a big one's head.
I'm sorry, what?
Just a little thing. But besides from also
How little are we talking here exactly?
big lizard.
You just said little a moment ago, and now you say big lizard.
I mean, is it really a problem for us?
We kind of have a filling plate going on here, cause I just happened to catch a little newsfeed on my way out the door. The ship's bounty's been raised. Yours, for some reason, decreased just a little.
Oh, that hurts my pride a bit.
Find it a little strange that he increase the bounty on the ship? Because now it's more than the ship's worth.
Yeah, he's more likely diverting the prices from our heads to ship.
Don't you find it just a little interesting that he raised the bar on the ship?
Oh, not at all. That ship is special, no doubt about it.
I think there's a little more to it than that. I know the ship very well, at least the class of ship. I know it has a lot of hidden bulkheads that you can hide many, many valuable things.
Yeah, I
I had
pretty much know where all of them are.
so permit me for saying, I think you might have missed one.
I mean, I haven't exactly looked over the ship since I took it, so
Right, so I assigned Timmy to look into one of the hidden bulkheads I have a suspicion might hold something. It may be nothing, but worst case, we're just going to open up a hidden bulkhead that wasn't hidden before.
and besides from the lizard part, uh, I more or less let them have the go ahead on dropping my name to passerby Decepticons in case if they're intrigued enough, they might be able to strike up a trade with them, as well as a possible lead, since they did have two people before that transported goods for them, one being your master, and another that went simply by D.
There was a second traitor.
Yes, however, this one has gone missing.
Widow seemed to have no knowledge of the second traitor. It was never mentioned. But someone did betray her. Hmm.
Well, mysterious passerby enters her ship, somehow gets sabotaged, and now a traitor who only goes by an initial has gone missing. So, could be connected.
A connection certainly seems there, but we're missing some pieces to the whole puzzle.
Maybe they're rivals destined to fight once again. Sorry.
Have I would I sorry, above game, would
Mhm.
I have in my knowledge of just being an assassin through the guild, would I have heard of anyone who just goes by the initial D? Would I have like any knowledge of that?
Not
I can
this.
I can roll for it if you think
Yeah,
you
actually,
know
let's just
better.
go ahead and roll because it sounds so much more fun anyway.
Okay. So that would just be an intelligence roll
Yeah, let's go for our would the history
History?
be history? Do
or
history
history.
since it is part of your guild. It would be your history as well.
Okay, I'm not great on history, but let's roll them
Okay,
bones.
then do intelligence. Oh my god, you got to still know.
No, I'm fine.
Hmm?
17.
You know a possibility of 3, but one of them doesn't exactly go by the with the name that starts with D. It they do, but it's not something they commonly go by their real name. They just use that D name more of like a pseudonym.
And with that knowledge, would I know anything about those particular two people that might tie together, like if they were a traitor, if they might be out here for some reason,
You
if they're
know,
somehow tied to the, like, if it's, tied to the guild?
two of them were currently because some other on that bounty board. You know that who sometimes is assigned to a bounty and who are multiple are assigned to a bounty because you'll see like a list of names sometimes. Some will be
Hmm.
discreet depending on how much Shanix they put out. But two are off way in a different direction. There is that one with the pseudonym. You don't know where they're at. They're just kind of out there somewhere. They might be doing a side job somewhere or something, but there's no name listed anywhere. He could be one of those hidden names too.
Okay. Well, I didn't learn much from the disc, unfortunately, as far as any new information. But I still have my suspicions that something else is going on.
Mm.
It seems you might be getting dragged down into some unfortunate guild business. And for that, I do want to apologize.
Apologize. That's just more action for me.
You might see it as some action, but this is going to be a little more dangerous than you're used to.
You're talking to a soldier who was a squad captain.
I'm well aware of your credentials. I'm still giving you the warning nonetheless, because it is important.
Alright.
What you go up against here in the guild is something much more fearsome than your average squad. You've dealt with many people, I understand that, but this is dangerous, far more than you realize. People you might care about might become involved in this just because of association.
Well, the people I cared for all died already. Well, besides one, who apparently is still alive. But besides from that, I have no one else. Well, besides from the three on the ship. But, eh. uh, Although, yes, I care for them, but I wouldn't see them as not really family, but you know what I mean.
I do. And this revelation of it being someone within my guild has made me consider new options. If it is someone within my guild, they're going to have to be put down. Considering I have some ideas as to who that might be, they're going to be in some powerful positions, which means I may need people in numbers.
Well, you got me, and if we can play some of our cards right, we might have a old friend of mine possibly join up with us. As I mentioned, all my squad mates are still alive. And it just so
I was
happens.
thinking of something a little more larger in numbers. I'm going to need to replace the ranks of those who are going to be on the side of these betrayers. This village. Well, to be honest, given their positioning, given the troubles they face here, I believe we can provide them more. They don't want to be
Okay.
part of the Decepticons or the Autobots' plan. I can provide them more.
Yeah, but it seems like they're not exactly keen to fight in any
They don't
battle.
need to fight in the guild. Not all of us are fighters. Some of us are tradesmen, some of us are thieves. We all have work and we all can make it work.
Hmm.
I'm going to extend the offer to the leader. Because right now, I think it's best to begin establishing forces to go against them. This village presents an opportunity for both myself and for them as well. We succeed. I can give them lives that they could only hope for living in a place like this.
No. I mean, if they're all right with it, then I see no opposition.
It's merely extending an offer. I'm not saying they have to come with us now. I'm simply saying that when the time comes, we can call upon them. I know the ship is limited. We have limited resources. We can't simply feed everyone here all ourselves. But we can extend the offer to them, and when the time comes, if they choose to join us, we can replenish the ranks.
All right. Oh, when we do go out, it might be in our best interest to get some regenerative applications going in case we do end up getting well, a scratch or 10.
Well, I'm assuming your position with the doctor here is a bit still rough.
Wavery, yes. But he said that with the supplies they have, they're willing to offer us if need be, since we're more or less going out of our way to now oppose a big one.
Since you agreed to do this job for them.
Yes, but again, I made no big promise. It's more if we encounter it and it fights us, well, then now we have to take its head.
Yeah. And he's just kind of stretching out his arms a bit. It has been a little while since we've had a fight.
Yeah, and although we are looking for your master, and hopefully, she's still right in mind. Do you mind if we extend that offer towards, well, my apparently still alive friend? Because Felix decided to tell a bit of a story of what happened to him, and apparently he was not killed but captured.
It is your ship. You can take on whomever you like. I again just let them know that guild business, until this situation is dealt with, they may be in danger, and they
Oh,
must be willing to accept that.
Rex should be fine with it. He was my right-hand man after all.
I
And
just
that's
prefer
if
people know
he's
what they're
solid.
getting into.
Well, I mean, again, that's if he's actually alive, since Felix doesn't know where he is currently.
Well, we have a rather long to-do list. Perhaps we should go strike one off the list.
Agree. And possibly cross out another on the way.
I'd love a twofer. And I stand up from the table, kind of stretch, and start making my way to the door.
Retract my cannon. Retract my cannons and head out the door.
All right. So as you both make your way out the door, you see Felix down the path. He's more down. He's kind of near the middle of the path, past the cantina, down to the right side of the map. I don't know. Hopefully, you guys can see that. So he's down there, and you see Skipjack is down there too. They're both got their backs to you. They're like looking down the path where Skipjack came running with Aatrox. They're just like discussing how they're going to get more crystals if things go south.
What are you resting
Oh,
nuts talking about?
Felix just turns to you, figuring out if, just in case, if things go south, what we're going to do for power. We're talking about doing solar, but it gets pretty dark here pretty fast.
This village seems to have a litany of problems trying to maintain itself.
Well, we are still starting up, so
Hmm.
I mean, we don't even
Skipjack's
have a ship.
the leader of the village here, right?
Actually, Felix is. Skipjack is like the second to him. They both discuss things, so they're both
Like
pretty
he's
much in
like
charge.
he's like the patrol leader.
Yeah, in a way, he is kind of. They're both like shared. Felix is more of the peaceful medical side of things, take care of the people. As yeah, Skipjack, he can fly. Actually, his background is a little different, but he does patrol. He does keep an eye on the people, making sure they're okay. So they both have two sides of things kind of balanced out.
And I look to Felix and go, and what if I was to offer you an alternative?
He just kind of looks at you like, what?
Well, I'm kind of skipping a lot of details, but I'm going to need some skilled workers in the future. I'm going to be engaging in a hostile takeover of a guild.
Guns for hire or
Tradesmen, skilled workers, people who can craft, repair, heal.
And as long as it's that, Skipjack just kind of turns and like he's like just eyeing you, like I don't want to fight anymore, not like that. But
I'm not
repair,
asking you to fight.
but
I'm
he
asking to use your skills to the best of your abilities.
he's like I'm good with repairs, and you saw his work on his buddy. That is like really good repair. It's actually better than Felix's.
I
Technically,
kind of raise my
Skipjack knew.
hand to him like, I can't offer you this right away, but when the time comes, I can offer this to you and get you out of this predicament that you seem to be finding yourself in on a regular basis.
He just looks at Felix. Felix is the one who responds to you. He's okay. We can do this. Skipjack just nods, like, yeah.
Good. Then, when the time comes, I will call upon you and I will assist you in getting whomever you have left here out of here, and we will help scavenge what parts we can from here.
Well, I can tell you this. You're looking at our ship. And he just gestures to the village. It's what got us here barely.
Mm.
So we don't really
The
have
resources
a write-off.
the guild has is quite plentiful. I'm sure I could acquire a ship that can bring you and everything that you left here with it.
The only problem with being part of this guild is the stuff you guys are involved in. Some of us might have problems with. And he kind of looks past you to that one shorter bot that responded to you when you came in, Gilgamesh. He informed you of the night one. He kind of, Felix kind of leans back. Not all were part of the war. Some were more of slave.
I understand not everyone is okay with the guild's business, and that is perfectly understandable. However, what I can tell you is that the targets that I have personally gone after, these are not good people. And we do the world a better place. Now, I understand not everyone may agree with that, and that's fine. Not everyone has to come along. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything they don't want to do. I'm merely giving you guys an offer that can give you guys a better life if you're willing to accept that there might be some dirty work that's done by the guild's hands.
As you say that, and before Felix could start talking, the guild, from behind you, you hear that same bot.
I just kind of turn my head slightly, just like looking in that direction.
And it's that same shorter
That's
bot.
right.
I don't want to be a part of this if that's the case. His tone changes. He becomes a little more, he takes a few steps back from you. Like, I don't want to be a part of this if it means going back to them. And you see him start to tremble a little bit and shake.
I tilt my head to him. Go back to who?
They weren't nice to me. And you can see him. He's just kind of shutting off and just starting to shake.
I just kind of raise both my hands to him, just I'm not going to do anything. Just like, I start to approach him slowly. Who are you talking about? What is their name?
If I say the name, I die, I die, I die. If I say the name, I say the...
You
And he's just in a loop.
Listen to me very carefully. I am a member of this guild. You are telling someone valuable information. I can protect you. And no one is ever going to know that you spoke this, because I'm not going to reveal this.
Hey, now. Felix gets in. Hang on. And he kind of steps up. It's all right. He's friend. He ain't here to hurt you. He's giving us a better chance. And this bot's just stuck in that loop. If I say the name, I die, I die. If I say the name, I blah, blah. He's just stuck.
Listen to
like,
me. The name that you're withholding might be the person I'm going after. If he's the one who's betrayed my master, he's the one who's going to die.
And he stops shaking and he looks up. It's not he. It's she.
I take another step forward. What is her name?
She's not kind like the other one. And he's just stuck. It sounds like he's in a record player. And
I kind of grab his shoulders and just like give him a little shake. Just focus.
And he's just stuck there. And Felix puts his hand on your arm. Let him go for a moment. Just step back. Just let him for a moment. He's done this before.
All right. I just step back. My hands are up, just like, okay.
That's when you see Skipjack kind of push past Felix, and he's leaning down right to this bot's face, and it's like, you ain't there no more. Come back. And all you hear is this sudden little bot just stops moving for a second. Skipjack takes a step back. Give him a second.
I just kind of look back to Skipjack and look back to the little bot here.
Skipjack's just looking at the little bot, and he's just like, Ava. A-V-A. Her name.
Do I recognize the name?
You would. She is a beast kind of like bot, but not like your master's. Hers is more of, how do I describe her? It's kind of like looking at a scorpion, but it's a forked tail instead. So she has pretty much two stingers on her tail. So it comes up as one solid tail, but there's two split ends where it's like there's two separate stingers that could literally stab at the same time. She's like a red with a kind of a blue tinge to the red, and then the rest of her is like solid black. So she's highlighted.
Who was she to the guild?
She was one that was known for doing a lot of backstabbing and or scheming to get what she wants. And
Did she have any higher authority within the guild?
She
or was she just kind of like operating on her own?
She operates on her own mostly, but she does respond to the guild's call. So, like with Sound Blaster, she would listen to Sound Blaster, but at her own terms. So she'll listen to the guild only so far. A lot of the guild doesn't understand why she's actually a part of it when she just goes, and when she takes a bounty that is part of the guild, she should be kicked out. You would know all this.
So she's not well respected. She takes jobs from the guild, but she's not well respected.
Exactly. She's very underhanded. So
I just kind of look down and I'm just like, I know who that is.
the bot looks up at you. His optics are just super wide, staring at you like it's that fear of, are you going to take me back to her? That's
No.
all he's thinking. He's just looking at you like he's feared that that's what's going through
Just
his.
like, I look down at the bot. No, I have no intention of taking you to her. You've just given me a reason to kill her.
His optics relax. You can see everything kind of, and it's like a deep breath. Okay, good.
I kind of smirk and I just say, I've always wanted a reason to kill that bitch.
The little bot just kind of like a little snicker laughed. Like he's trying to hide it, and Skipjack's just grinning at him like, oh God, okay, you're back. He's just like, and he's like, go on, everything will be okay. And he just pats him on.
Normally I look at to them all and like, normally I take a contract for this, but for this, I'll do this one for free.
The little bot turns around. If I could pay you anything, I would.
Well, how about this? I'm eliminating a major problem for you. When the time comes, join us. We can maybe make all of this right.
And he kind of shifts his head, and he's kind of looking down, and he looks back up. What do I have to do, though?
What can you do? I'm asking for what your skills are, not if you're capable as a fighter.
And Skipjack's like, go ahead, show him. And you can see him, his hands transform out, and all you see is two tools. One is like an arc welder of some sort, and the other one is some kind of grind saw. But then he does it again, and it's like one's a hammer now, and the other's a wrench. He goes, I repair things. It's what I do.
Oh, your skills would be quite useful then. I imagine there's going to be many repairs once we do get everything back in order again.
And he gets kind of excited about it. Not slave? Kind of really questioning, kind of watching what
No
you
one
do.
in the guild has ever been or ever will be a slave. You are free to go whenever you choose, but know that certain actions will have consequences.
So bad thing lead to bad consequence.
Don't cross the guild will never cross you.
And then I have job.
Exactly. And it would get you, and I kind of look around, out of all of this.
He
Constantly having to fight for power supplies, dealing with local wildlife.
I like working on stuff, but the wildlife hasn't been too bad except for that way. And he points back behind all of you, the direction that Felix and Skipjack were looking. And he just kind of points. As long as I don't have to deal with that, I am good.
Well, if everything goes our way, you'll never have to deal with that ever again.
Okay, and
then.
he kind of comes up and pats you on the shoulder. Okay. And then you suddenly see him.
Give him a smile and a nod.
And then he turns around. He starts walking back to the other. But then all of a sudden you see him kind of drop down, and all of a sudden he transforms into a little, what looks like almost like not a tiny tow truck, but a small tow truck looking thing with all the tools on it. He looks like a worker truck of some sort, and he drives back honking his little horn. It's really quiet. It's like not big. I got a job. I got a job. And he's just gone. He's just happy. He doesn't care. He's happy. No longer slave. No longer slave. It's all you hear is really quiet. He's just, And he's going around in circles with the others, and they're just kind of laughing at him a little bit, like, okay, we get it, settle down.
It's like, well, now that we've come to the understanding,
Felix
we have
just looks,
another matter to deal with.
well, Felix looks like, you made him happy.
Well, I imagine if things go our way, we can make a lot of people happy here.
And Skipjack just
But now-
Skipjack just kind of leans over to you. Thank you for that. He hasn't been through a good place at all. So just saying thank you.
You do realize that what I'm saying is I'm staging a massive coup against a powerful organization with very powerful bots on their side. I may end up failing.
At least we're trying to do what's better instead of, well, we made our place here as long as we can. We were hoping to leave one day, but if it gives us a place that we can at least feel semi-safe, better than here. I mean, this planet was beautiful when we got here, but then when we started losing people, it made it hard. The stuff breaks down, but we can fix it most of the time. It gives us tasks to do, jobs to do, something to do. We just don't
Yes,
want
but
to fight.
without a steady income of supplies to you, you
Yeah.
can't sustain this.
Felix and Skipjack are like, yeah, that's the hard part. We can usually provide materials from here that they are looking for, but when we lost the one and now we lost the other, I don't know what we're going to do. We haven't seen the other one in however long. And now that we know she's not up there now watching over us too, giving us supplies, your master, I'm speaking of, Widow. She is a good bot. Felix just kind of like, I wish I knew what happened to her because we all woke up one day and she was gone. No note.
My eyes kind of trailed downward and I'm just like, I have my suspicions, but I just hope if I can find her that she can be reached.
So that
We'll
disc,
definitely find out.
well, I'm assuming that disc you looked at and it gave you something. I hope it was a little something or a lot.
It confirmed a few suspicions, but this is also what is leading me to find who did this within my guild and forcibly remove them.
Well,
but
we
we
will-
are kind of getting ahead of ourselves. We have a task to complete. The monsters that you were experiencing, where can I find them?
the same direction our little buddy back there pointed, that way. And you see the path is stone up to a point, but then it goes into like a dirt path. And
What time of day is it now, by the way? Is it
you got
morning now?
Yeah, you got more daylight right now. You're in the morning,
Okay.
so you can see, but the trees shadow over the path a bit here and there, so it makes it kind of that ominous looking path. So you can see down. It's a dirt path from a certain point on.
How far down the path?
And Skipjack pipes in. You're looking at a good distance down there. It's like 2 miles in, maybe 3, give or take, on which, if you don't go off the path, that's the worst thing you can do out there, because that's where they are.
Good. That's where I want to be. And I start turning and I start walking in that direction.
Just a moment, Felix calls out. Hey, Overload? Is Overload alive? Oops.
Jesus, microphone.
Hey, I wanted to show you something. When you get back, you can pick it up. He takes you over to the storage shed, which is this building over here on the map, if you can see it, I hope.
Yeah.
He takes you in there. He goes, there's something in here. I know it should belong to you, and I almost forgot all about it. When I got back to the medical bay, it suddenly hit me that I have something of your buddies sitting in one of these containers. And he kind of, oh, it should be back in the left corner. So it'll be over here at this silver little container. And he goes, this thing is beat up, and I tried to get it to work, but it's kind of malfunctioning. And right now it's dead off charge. It won't do anything. And he pulls out a 6-shot, what looks like a big revolver, but the cylinder is at the front of the gun instead of the back. And he holds it up, and it's like in his hand it doesn't fit. Like it's massive. And you automatically recognize this gun. That's your buddy's gun. And he looks at you and he goes, I think this belongs to you, not me. I wanted to have it working, but I don't know how these things work, and I'm not a fighter. And I think you should have it.
I should be able to figure something out, and if not me, well, I got an entire crew to help.
Yeah, you know how the gun works because he's tossed it to you a few times during battle. So you know this gun. It's his little hammer of some sort that can really kick. But it only has it's like a 6-shot, but it's actually a 5-shot. It's very big. And it fits in your hand like normal because you're both big bots. But Felix, he's a smaller bot, and he's like, I'm not a fighter. I'm a medic kind of person. I don't do this stuff.
Well, I'll definitely take it back with me once our expedition is over.
All right, I'll leave it in this container for you. It'll be there when you come back. I just wanted to make sure you know that that's there. I thought we could use it as a defense around here, but nobody knows how that thing works.
Mm. I mean, that is quite fair. Not, I mean, it's a bit of a custom one that he made.
Yeah, it's very unique. It looks more like what Rex's style and coloring would be. So it's like it looks like a toothy grinned looking thing. It's kind of funny looking, but it's got a kick to it. It's aggressive is what it is. So
Well, I'll definitely pick it up once we get done with this.
all right. Well, you know where it's at when you're done. So you're more, like I said, you're more than welcome to supplies in here if you need anything.
Yeah.
And then he leads you back out so you both can head on out. So you two gonna head on that path down there?
Yep. Probably gonna go vehicle mode for like about a mile and a half, and then we start getting closer to it. Probably go transform back into bot mode.
Okay. So you're both gonna transform then?
Yep.
All right. Yep. Oh, here. Oh, there we go. I love that sound. So you ride down. You don't even get a half a mile down before you have to transform back, though. The path is riddled with logs here and there, branches. You can't ride smoothly. Even if you tried to ram through it, it wouldn't happen. You couldn't even jump over it because there's no really spots to jump over. You have to climb over everything.
Does this damage look pretty recent?
It looks like some of it has been brought down. Do a perception check on it, and I'll tell you a little more detail to it. You can both do it if you'd like. Yeah, you can give us. Yeah, because I want to see. Okay. Well. Well, I'll tell you this. Some of it looks recent, but not like from anything major. That looks like natural decay and stuff has fallen down. The log, though, has been there. There's like a couple logs. Those have been there for quite some time. The path looks like it's been made by them constantly going back and forth. You see green trees. You see some plants that are either brownish, yellow. Okay, if you really want to. He's going to clear the forest.
I meant to try and click on what I had edited for this.
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead. If you need to experiment, go for it. I'm not gonna. But no, you see the path, so you're gonna have to climb over these logs to keep going. Do you want to continue on? You're just gonna have to kind of hop up over them. You guys can climb over. You don't have to do any athletics or strength.
I'm just going right over it. I'm not giving it any mind.
Yeah. So as you walk along, you're getting about a mile-ish in. So I'm gonna open up. Let's see if it'll. I hope you guys can see this because I did switch. No, it did not switch it for me. Hang on. That stupid little tab. You guys see that now? I hope.
Yeah, I just gotta zoom in on it.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to make the maps a little bigger to work with. So this is what. Whoa, wildlife is getting wild! Holy crap! It's realistic.
Holy fuck. Damn, I didn't know you pull out a soundtrack for this.
No, it's just I would have my door open because it's so damn hot out, but I'm probably gonna close it now because the kids are here.
Oh God! Oh yeah! Whoa, that's real wildlife right there. So, as you approach, you see the path kind of gets a little clearer here and there. You see the plants. They're kind of greenish. Some are brownish, kind of like looks like they're dying, but they're not. They're just growing. But you hear the forest around you, so I'm gonna. Where did I put it? I don't know what this sounds like, but I'm gonna probably have to turn it down. I checked it beforehand, so it may start playing it. I don't know. So.
Yep, I can hear it.
Okay, it's not too loud. Just make sure. But you hear this all around you. You hear noises, you hear things. The atmosphere from when you rode through the forest, Gilgamesh, to now has changed a bit. It's a little. You hear all that noise, but you hear other movement. You see that same cougar-like cat, dark blue eyes, standing up not too far away from you guys, up on the rock. But its attention gets grabbed real quick as it looks to the left and then jumps off and runs off to the right. You could see it jumping like it's running through the woods, like it's heard something. It's gone.
Could I hear what it heard?
At the distance and where that noise came from, no. He's up on a rock. He's able to hear everything straight across the top of it. There's nothing blocking him. He's like just above the tree line. Wherever he's at, he heard something. You want to keep going down that path? It kind of curves off to the right, I'll tell you that.
I'm kind of slow to do this, but I will pull my short sword out from my back scabbard. And I'll kind of get a little bit of a defensive posture as I continue down the path.
All right, I'm going to open up.
You can like a big front.
You both can see, because you have that nice passive perception, straight down this path. So far, everything kind of looks the same.
Can I make a perception to see if there's any tracks on the ground?
Yes.
Okay.
You can both do it if you'd like. You're going to be able to see it, too. Just realized.
Fuck, 6.
Does overload it? Oh, there you go. Overload, gotcha. overload. You can see some oddball tracks, just smaller animals, something that would probably be about the size of that cougarator, I think is called. Cougarator is actually what it's called. You see its footprints, but they're not generally, they're kind of, you can tell they're all staying like from that rock back toward the village, back toward that direction. They're all kind of staying back there. They're avoiding this area. But you notice a big print. And actually, I'm going to give this one to you both. You both notice the big print, but Overload sees all the other prints, kind of like they're avoiding over there. But you see this big footprint. About looks
I
like.
want to go examine the large print.
Okay. Do an investigation on it. It might give you something.
All right.
I mean, if
8.
it's
With the investigation, even though this print is big, you notice it's got 3 toes and what looks like, even without, you see those nails, like you could see something with very curved nails on those 3 toes, possibly a 4th, the way it looks in the dirt mud spot that you're looking at. It's the only print you guys can see, though. It looks like it walked through and off, but you also notice there's some energon nearby that.
Like blood.
Mm-hmm.
hmm,
You can see some of it, just it still kind of lingers and glowing a little bit, but you could see it like splattered across some of the vegetation a bit here and there, and on the ground there's dripping spots. It looks like something happened right there.
well, I can get an idea of what our uh, big ones are. Which, if my past experience is correct, we're either dealing with, well, either Rexes, or since, well, so there was a pack of 3, we might be dealing with some raptors.
Did they happen to say what color these beasts were?
They said they were able to blend in quite well with the forest.
Hmm. From where the blood is compared to the footprint, could I kind of figure out like the path that this beast took?
With your perception, not so well. You can kind of see where the blood splattered, and the footprint kind of points back toward the other path a little bit, but it's more like it came out of the woods to your right. So it's like it's coming across there like it came out after something.
I'm gonna start slowly going in that direction.
All right, so that would be kind of more down into here. So you're getting into vegetation. Your vision works great in the dark, but it doesn't work great when there's brush and everything blocking it.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty thick there. But what you can tell is something big came out of that spot.
Is there anything sitting like in that spot? Like, was it like a resting spot, like some kind of nest?
Not a nest, but you can see the vegetation below your feet was crushed down like it was waiting or just sitting there. I'll tell you this. You see a very large outline of a body of it, and it's big.
All right. I'll make my way back up to the path. And I'll just like quietly say, whenever we're chasing, this thing is huge. It's a massive imprint in the ground back there.
Also, well, considering what we might be dealing with, hopefully we're at least dealing with just one for the time being.
Mhm.
Let's keep going.
All
And
right.
I just
Yeah, I'll take lead.
All right.
yep.
As you overload and Gilgamesh, you proceed. You start to see, as you come around this corner, you start to see the vegetation starts to change a bit. The plants that were once brown are starting to turn more of a iridescent purples, pinks, almost greenish coloring. You're noticing the vegetation slowly changing. The trees, not so much. There's light hints of it, but it's in the smaller plants that you notice.
Well, not seeming so dead now.
Has the scent changed at all from the forest? Like as we enter this area, like has the smell of the area changed?
Yes, it has. It smells not so like musky, foresty smell. You have that little bit hint there, but you smell, it's like you smell that kind of decay smell. Like,
Like rot, like death.
Yes.
I get the feeling the source of all this is up ahead.
Yeah. Watch. I guess I'll have my blade drawn finally. We might have to get prepared for something.
All right. You're going to keep going up. And as you do, you see that vegetation. You see another log in your path. It's the first one in a while. But in this one, with your passive perceptions, this one was placed there. It's recent. It's a big log,
I
too.
just looked to him. Someone's really not wanting us to come in here.
Well, tough bolts for them.
So this
Just hopping right over it.
yeah, this log, yes, you hop over it. You kind of got to climb up a little bit because it is a bigger log. It, like I said, it was placed there. Like it was knocked down and just there. You could tell that with your perceptions. As you climb over, you're going to see all the way to about there. You see all that vegetation's really bright and just sticking out around the edges. And even in the forest, you see it all around you. As you proceed up, where are you at right now? You
We'd probably like
I'd
kind
say
of
here.
like
okay?
like
That's all.
towards the entrance.
All
Yeah,
right.
like there.
So now you're in. You come up. You see this massive clearing. It looks decimated, dead, tore up. As you approach in, off to your left, let me get my selection. It'll be back here. You hear this massive creature. It's looking right past the tree and the rock right at you. Now, these rocks are pretty big. It stands just about as high as that rock does.
Stealth. I immediately want to roll stealth.
Go ahead. You can roll stealth.
28.
As if that's gonna do anything for me.
And then off to your right about here. A smaller one, but not too small. It's still bigger than you guys. These look like those movie things of T-Rexes that are out in the Earth-like planet. These are big things. The bigger one that came out from the left, I'll tell you this, it's armored. The smaller one has a few plates of armor. It's a bit bigger than you guys, but not by much. And so it's got a little armor. It's got a tiny bit. It's not enough to worry about. But it's got teeth too. Both of them do. So I need you guys, because that big one's eyeballing you and the little one's eyeballing you guys as well. So roll me some initiative, because it's going to get fun.
Oh no. But wait, I hit 28 on stealth. Do they know where I'm at?
Actually, if you're stealth, where are you sitting at right now? Are you out in the open though? Or are you blended
no,
in?
I would have moved.
You can move into the tree line right along the edge, right near that right one. It wouldn't see you right now.
Like right here?
Yeah, I'll give that to you. Because if you went to the rock, it's kind of hard to blend in with the rock right there unless you're really.
Yeah, no, I'm taking cover up there.
So overlook. All right. Okay. So the big one's going to take a charge at you.
Well, wait, so now I need to roll initiative still, right?
Go ahead and roll initiative if you.
Yeah, because I'm still part of combat. Like, they just don't know where I'm at yet.
No, and they really, because you stealthed before I did that, so you could do a surprise attack and then do initiative. Would that make sense?
Oh yes. Okay, hang on. I gotta get back to my
because
thing here so
you said stealth before I said initiative, so I'm going to give you that because that's fair. Okay. So let's see here.
Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot.
Man, imagine getting lower initiative.
And that one's still green.
I'm supposed to be taking, and I had the higher initiative.
Sorry, I'm gonna laugh about it because it's like the big one takes a rush at overload and tries to bite down on you. So let's see if I can. Oh God, this is gonna be interesting. What did I write for his? Oh, he doesn't have shit on that one. Never mind. Wrong thing I'm looking at. Oh. What does that say? Jesus. Okay, so does a 16 hit you?
It does.
All right, so he's going to take a bite on you. Ouch. 13.
Oh, right.
All right. So he takes a bite on you. He just. And then he backs up like he's going to take another stab at you, but it's like a recharge. They're big old meaty things. The little one is just still standing there, like looking at what I guess would be considered dad. What do I do, Dad? But you get the next turn. What would you
took a chunk out of me? I'm gonna take a chunk out of you.
Go. Oh, fuck, it does hit. God damn it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Boop, boop.
Shit. Okay, hang on. I gotta do math here. Damn it. You're making me do math.
33, so 38 total damage.
Okay, hang on. Let's see.
Unless it's weak to radiant damage, then it does double.
Wait a minute. Where did I put it? Oh, it's over here. Shit. God damn you!
Do you
You're
have the
making me
current number
do
down?
them.
Do you have the current number down?
Yeah, I do. It's just I have to do the math for it because it's like shit.
Because there's more.
Oh, fuck you. You.
You forgot. I'm a paladin. I have extra attack. Oh, but that's not gonna hit.
Okay.
For once, my
That will
attack
not hit.
doesn't hit. But you know
Damn.
what still does?
Oh shit.
My auto turrets. 6.
All right. God damn it. Now I gotta do.
You're just adding 6 damage to it, so it's not that much.
Yeah, it's like God damn. Okay, hang on. All right, so he's down 2.
And
He's still not looking
I
too bad.
guess as a bonus action, Shield of Faith.
One bonus shimmering field appears in surrounding creature within range, granting a +2 bonus to AC for. Oh, okay, I see how it is. Uh-huh.
I mean, it's a big fella. I gotta take precautions.
Yeah. You do.
So now I'm at 17 AC. And that's my turn.
All right. Wow. Okay. Oh, sorry. All right, Gilgamesh, you are up. Do you want to do anything? Because your closest opponent technically would be the big one, but you have that small one to your right that's pretty close to you. It doesn't see you. Neither of them actually see you at all right now.
Big guy's the biggest danger. We're gonna target him.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get behind it, and I'm gonna go for an attack.
Shit. All right. It doesn't see you, so you got advantage on it. So go for it.
And for this, I will actually pull out my energy rapier for the attack.
Ooh. We get to see some action now. All right, let's see what you got then. Let's see. I'll give you advantage on it. So yeah, it's gonna hit him because he doesn't know you're there.
Then here's how this is gonna go down. So that's 11, and then I get 1d6 for the back attack. So let me roll.
Go for it.
6. That's 15. How badly is it looking?
It's starting to look. You got some cuts on it going deep. You both did some damage to this thing. You can see where Overload shot it. You can see it dripping blood. It's still not down yet, though.
Okay, so I still have enough movement to do this. I'm going to... Let me go back to the map here real quick. I'm going to use my movement to jump back up to the trees here, but I'm not going to jump to the same spot. I'm basically going to kind of jump further, like...
Oh, back
into a different spot in the bush. So...
Okay.
Now I'm going to roll stealth for that. Oof.
That little one spotted you as well.
That was with his passive perception.
Yeah, they're not. They can still see you if it's low enough. They can still see you. These guys, you don't. That movie reference of "don't move, it won't see you." That doesn't work with these guys. They're like, "You're right there. We can see you." We're not that
all right,
blind.
but I'm up in the tree line, so they can't necessarily reach me.
No, the little one can't. The bigger one probably could, but the big one's focused on Overload right now and kind of confused with who hit me in the ass kind of thing. Because somebody came up behind him. But that little one's looking up at you, but then it focuses back onto Overload because it's like, I know I can't reach you, so I'm just going to go after him. So now it's the little one.
And that will be it for my turn.
All right, so it's a little one's turn. He looks over at you, Overload, and he sees Gilgamesh up in the tree, but he's like, he kind of just bumps the tree trying to knock you down, but he's just walking by, smacking it. And he runs over towards you, Overload. Now this is a little guy. He's not as big, but he stands just above you, and he's going to try and take a bite at you, like Big Daddy did there. That does not hit. It's a 5. I know that will not hit. He just kind of like, he tries to bite and he just bumps into you like, oh, what? And he's staring at you for a moment. He's just like, you got this like big puppy thing looking at you going, I want to eat you, but I can't. So that's all he's got. He's done. So we're coming back up to Big Daddy. All right, come on. And he's going to take a bite at you. I think he's too hurt. He misses you completely. I think some of the blood's dripping in his eye. That's all. He just missed with the 3. Not even advantage on it or anything. He's just blinded right now with blood. There we go. He misses you. He completely misses you. So now it's up to you now.
All right. So consider I see this little one trying to just attack me. Honestly, I don't see as much of a threat, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna cast command on it.
You speak one word, command creature. You speak. Oh my god.
In which I say the command, flee.
Command directly, yes. Okay. So I have to do, let's see, where'd it go? A wisdom saving throw? For this little guy, huh?
Yes, and that's also, of course, if it can actually understand me.
Most of the creatures will...
Target, let's see. Speak a one-word command to a target creature within range. If it doesn't understand your language or a command is strictly... Okay.
Yeah, so if it doesn't understand me, then it's an auto success because it doesn't understand what I'm saying.
All right. Okay. Shit, what was it? Wait a minute, what was that? Wisdom? Oh, man.
Yeah,
These guys aren't the brightest, so don't worry. All right. Let's see what happens here. You win. He runs away.
All right, so then for this action, he will run away. He will just run away from me.
You just hear
this action,
and you see it go kind of back down where it came from, but into the brush, and all you can hear is it keeps going. It just keeps on running.
Well, don't have to deal with that for a while.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to do? Okay.
I mean, I could attack. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna attack.
Okay. Okay, I gotta do this.
21.
All right. He's looking pretty haggard right now. He don't look good at all. You know. You done yet?
Yes, I swear I have nothing else.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was 2 actions, so.
All right. Gilgamesh, you're hanging out up in that tree.
How big in feet is this creature?
It would be comparable to a human to a T-Rex almost, but just a little smaller because you guys are pretty big to it. But it still
is
dwarfs
its head
over
10 feet?
Yeah.
How big is the head?
It's about 11 feet, 12 feet. It's a big boy. It's a really big boy. But that's not your biggest problem. Your perceptions you suddenly hear another set of steps and another roar, and it's louder, and it's coming directly across the field here, and it's looking right across at Overload. And then you also hear another set of steps. Boom, boom. Even heavier footsteps. And another roar.
They said there was only 3. There's more than 3.
This one is like more down here, just past the tree, right down there. Oops, I moved the entire map. Ooh, excuse me. And they are armored. They are full, like they have armor plating. It's not normal to a dinosaur on Earth, but here it is like they have adapted and become more armored. It's like something bigger hunts them on occasion.
Do they all have their sights set on Overload?
So far, they don't see you because you're sitting up in a tree. But that big one that's down there, the first one that attacked Overload, that one knows you're up there. But the other 2, they don't. They just see Overload right now standing out in the open. So you could have an advantage on them. Get there. Oh, wow. You still get to go anyway, so it doesn't matter. And he will be next time. So you still got move. You still got your turn. So you can take out Big Boy if you want. Although he's not really the biggest.
Trying to think. Okay. So I'm going to first cast Fog Cloud.
20.
And I'm going to cast it basically right on top of Big Boy's head. So it's going to basically encompass his head for a 20-foot radius.
Okay, so he'll have disadvantage now.
Yep, so he's on disadvantage, and oops, I accidentally closed that. And I'm going to jump down and just right in front of him, and I'm just going to make an attack.
All right.
17.
That hits. You were just right on it, too.
All right. So that's going to be 9, and then because I believe that still counts as sneak attack because he still
Yeah,
can't
he can't
see
see
me.
you. He can't see you at all right now. You had.
All right, so that's 5 more on top of that.
Okay, he is barely standing. He's just you can hear. He looks like he's kind of drunk, but he's just barely holding on. You cut him all up. He's just kind of just standing there going, and he's got this fog around him. He's just like.
And then lastly, with my remaining movement, I'm going to just step to the right about 5 feet, still within the fog cloud, so I'm still hidden by the fog.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to end my turn.
He can't see you. He's still at disadvantage, so.
Yep, he doesn't know where I am, and the other guys can't see me because I'm hidden inside the fog cloud.
Okay. Since I rolled initiative for the other 2, the one down on the southern part of the map moves up. They don't have super far, but it's going to move up next to this log right about here. And I forgot to tell you about the little crystals you find along the way. Duh. Sorry. I couldn't figure out what the little purple dots were. If you look at those are little energon crystals. Sorry. Completely my brain. So with that, it can't really do too much because it's still too far away. This will go up to Big Boy, who's got disadvantage right now, and He can't do nothing. He blind. I rolled so low on him. Didn't matter. Both rolls sucked. So now it comes to the other one that's over to the right. This one that's way over here, she's going to move directly up, and she's going to be about right by this little crystal right here. So they don't have very far movement on them, so they're big. So now, Overload, what do you want to do?
I guess as free action. Gilgamesh, do you think you can handle the fogged one?
I'll finish this one off.
Good. I'm getting Big Mama.
So you going for the one in the middle?
Yes. And would I have enough movement to go up to her?
What was your movement?
It is 30, I believe.
Is it 30 feet?
30.
Yeah, it is 30 feet. That's right. I have it written down, dummy. Ugh. It would put you... Yeah, actually, that would put you right about in front of her as well. You both have close to 30 feet movement distance. Hers is a little tiny bit less.
And because I good player, I know I'm leaving a target's attack range, so they would have opportunity attack on me.
Which one would that be for? Big boy?
I'm
calling him
I guess
boy.
I guess technically third biggest boy.
So
though I guess he would be at a disadvantage. So
yeah, he's big boy's fogged up. Yours, she just sees you running up toward her. If you want, I can take an advantage on her.
it's only for the
one that was attacking you.
Yeah.
Okay, don't worry. He can't see you.
All right. Then
he's at disadvantage.
All right.
Gilgamesh took care of that for you. You're fine.
All right.
It's funny. He's fogged up. He can't see crap right now. Now he's virtually a real T-Rex.
Yep. This is the equivalent of just bricking.
Yeah. So
it's like he's nothing more than a brick now.
Yeah, he can't.
All right.
He's just looking haggard as hell. So.
All right. So seeing as this, since this one's the biggest, they have to be the boss of this pact. So I'm gonna cast my Channel Divinity and use Vow of Enmity.
Present a holy symbol and speak a prior denunciation. Use your Channel Divinity. Choose one creature within 60 feet of. See that.
That's the very bottom one.
Unless it is immune to being frightened. Fiends undead have disadvantage on the saving.
There are two sections of it. I can either use Abjure Enemy or Vow Enmity, which I'm choosing to do the second one.
Enmity?
Which I use it as a bonus action where I utter a vow against a creature within 10 feet of me, in which I gain advantage on attack rolls against the creature for 1 minute, or until it drops to 0 or falls unconscious.
Okay.
So basically, he's going to have an attack advantage for 10 turns.
Jesus Christ. That's why I'm like,
it's the boss. It's the boss. I have to.
Yeah. She is the biggest. I will tell you that because you could see it. She is the biggest. And you just scared her baby off. Nice going. She's pissed.
She's going to feel my wrath.
I hate you. Damn it. All right. God damn it. Now I got to do math again because.
So, which I'm not gonna,
34. 34 damage.
I'm not going to lie. After session, it might be good to look over the weapon because even I'm starting to have second
you have a
plus That's
9
okay.
to your attack, dude.
It's okay. It's okay. No, it's all right. She's got a lot on her. I designed her specifically for this.
Oh, good, because second attack.
Go ahead.
And it's
24. Yep, still advantage.
It's okay.
32.
Hmm.
Well, you're confident in this one, aren't you?
I said I would
That's my
up
turn.
some things, and I didn't say how I would up them. I just said I would up them. So,
Well, that's my turn.
all right. Yeah, let's see.
Too bad I didn't get a crit.
Oh God, then you probably would have done something because, yeah, I mean, you're doing damage. You're doing some massive damage on her. She's just,
Well, I mean,
I'm
you
getting
also
pissed more.
you have to remember what race I chose.
Yeah, I know what you did. Jesus. All right, Gilgamesh, it's your turn. Do you want to decimate everything too?
Cue my boss music.
Oh my God. I really should have put on some battle music, and I don't remember what I had picked for it because I was just like, oh crap.
I am the definition of why do I hear boss music?
Yeah. It's just automatic. It comes out. Can we attach that to a player when they start battle? It just.
I mean,
I have a few songs that I would choose specifically.
I mean, since we're Transformers, it might make sense that we can hook ourselves up with some form of music.
Yeah. It's like. Jesus. Okay, Gilgamesh, do whatever you're going to do because it's just not going to be pretty, is it? Holy
I'm going
shit.
to.
Okay. Yeah. Really? How do you want to finish Big Boy? Because he was already way down. You didn't have to go that. You can stop now.
Yeah.
How do you want to finish him?
So I come up right beside it and I take its head clean off.
Oh my God.
Just shoo.
This thing, the body's still standing there, the head, you just hear it. The head drops right where it's at. The body's still standing there, spurting some of the blood. And all of a sudden, you just see it tip over. And
I will
his
take
ass.
position still within the fog cloud, and I will end my turn there.
All right.
So the mama doesn't know where I'm at just yet, and all she's seen is the other body just go limp.
All right. That's fine. That's fine. That's just perfectly fine. It's okay. So,
How's it feel to be a DM?
oh, I'm not done yet.
Good, I'm not either.
The other one comes around and gets on the other side of you. It came around.
Me?
Yep. It's on the other side of you, Overload. It's
Ooh.
not as big as Big Mama, but it's big. It's just about her size, just a little smaller. And it's eyeballing you hardcore right now because you hit the female of the pack. So
it's directly behind me, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's gonna take a bite at you.
Okay. Make sure that's at advantage.
It fucking misses you with its bite. God damn it.
Shield of faith, baby.
But there's something to this one that has a little more to him. Tail attack. He's got dual
they get an
attack.
extra attack?
He has an extra attack on him. Actually, Big Mama does too. I'll tell you that. She does have that attack too, but she didn't use it because, well, fuck, you were messing her up. He takes a swipe with his tail. Let's see if that even fucking contacts you. God damn it. Even wait. What does that say?
AC 17.
Sorry, I'm using the fancy dragon dice and my eyes are not working. Oh, 19.
Oh, then it hits. Hey.
He swings around with that tail and smacks you. And that's an armored tail, I gotta mind you, so it's gonna hit you for 16. I had to do the math too real quick in my head because there was a few extra things I had to add there. So it spun around and at least smacked you once. Now, you already took out Big Bad. Back to Big Mama now. She's going to take a bite at you. She don't like you. God damn it, I can't read it. Okay, she missed on that one. Now she's going to take a tail swipe. Oh, fuck it. Never mind. Even with anything. Never mind. She's just standing there looking at you.
I mean, did you make sure that she was also rolling with advantage?
Mm-hmm. That was
Oh,
with
well.
advantage. None of them even came close. She just bites at you and swipes. You're just like, missed me. It's her size. She's pretty big. So. I love how this one's going. The big bad is screwing up big time. About ready to use the other dice. Actually, I have other dice here.
Well, I mean, is it my turn?
It is your turn now. What would you like to do?
Okay. Miss me. Now you're going to get smite.
Oh, shit.
24. And which, plus, well, actually, this is minus the auto turrets first.
Let's see, what are
Divine smite.
Sure,
And which?
Extra damage 2d8 for the first level. Okay, hey. You're just gonna fuck everything.
And which I'm casting it at second level.
Oh, what was
So it's 3d8.
Okay. Oh, it's not as bad as I thought.
That is now 36 radiant damage.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the turrets then.
Alright, let's see. She's still standing there. She's a little scratched up, but she ain't bad.
Okay, because second attack. And I will also cast Divine Smite again at second level.
Okay. Math. God damn it. You're making me do math.
19.
Alright. She's got a few more scratches on her.
That is 30, 36? 36. Radiant,
Okay.
10 plus auto turrets.
And then you're just a few scratches still.
That. And can I cast anything? Oh, wait, I can actually cast this at, as a bonus action.
Okay.
So I will cast
I was going to say.
Wrathful Smite.
That hits.
Alright, you must make a wisdom save.
No.
Is it immune to fighting?
No. Oh. No. Okay. But again, their wisdom isn't that bright, but hers is a little bit higher. All right.
I mean, it only has to be 11.
Oh, it's good. Wait a minute. I can add on. Wow. How did I get that shit? 17.
Alright, then yeah, it succeeds and takes 1 psychic damage.
She hates you right now. But she's still up. She's just showing a few scratches.
And that's my turn.
All right. Gilgamesh, you're up. What would you like to do?
Okay.
Because you're sitting on the other side of that rock. You can't really see too much of what's going on. You can kind of look between the rock and the tree there. You can actually go between the rock and the tree. There's a space there.
So I'm going to move out of the fog cloud. And by that point, I should be able to see everyone, right? I can
Mhm.
see Big Mama.
If you're standing out from behind that rock that's up here where you guys were fighting, so if you're standing here, you can see him easily.
Yeah, Big Mama.
Okay,
Or if you're,
and
unless you're on
so-
the other side over here. So
now, would I have enough movement to get behind her from this position with my remaining?
you wouldn't be able to
movement?
get behind Big Mama, who's on this side of him, but you could get on the other, behind the one that's behind Overload.
Okay,
Because that one's on the opposite
So-
side, because they're right out in the middle of this fighting.
gotcha. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Silent Image. I'm going to create a visualization that I'm splitting from myself and creating a second one of myself. And I'm going to have them myself and the image run at Big Mama. And I'm going to go in for an attack.
So you're going to try and attack Big Mama? Or the...
So what I'm doing is I'm creating a second target
Mhm.
outside of myself
Yeah.
in order to confuse it.
Okay. So that illusion will run toward Big Mama.
So, yeah. So it's going to see two things running at it simultaneously, so it's not going to know which one is the real me.
Okay. So where are you attacking from then? I need to be...
So I'm going to attack its right, and my silent image is going to run at its left.
So you're going to run up past the one that's behind Overload, because Big Mama's on the opposite side of him, facing him. It will see them run around it and come at her. That'll confuse me. Jesus, you're like, where the hell did you come from? Because you got that one that's, its back is to you right now.
Okay, so because I don't see it on the map, so the smaller one has its back to me currently.
Yes, it's...
yes, one's here.
Okay.
I am right here, and Big Mama would be like right over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're over here, you can, you have
You can attack the
advantage.
one that's right here.
Yeah, that one you would have advantage on because it doesn't know you're behind it.
Okay, then let me just change the tactic then. So we'll attack the smaller guy who's got his back to me.
Yeah, because he's a little bit smaller. It's like little
Because
brother.
basically, the way I'm using silent image to basically confuse Big Mama, so it's gonna see this image running at, and it might provoke it to attack the image.
Yeah,
But
you
this will at least help out Overload, and
you can
take away one of its attacks.
Yeah, and that's what would happen. It would literally be a distraction. I'd go for it. Go for it if you want to do that.
So yeah, that's that, and then let me get my attack out for little boy.
That hits.
18.
That definitely
Okay.
hits. His AC is a
All right,
little
so
low.
that's 4, and because that is sneak attack, 10 damage.
Okay, that does a little damage to him, but not a whole lot because they're armored and they're big boys. All right, so is that your turn? Are you done? Do you have any bonus actions? Do you have any?
I do not. So I believe that is my turn.
All right, excellent. You got an image running out there. So we're back up to big old mama. And right now she's a little bit confused because she's got this other bot coming at her, and it's running up, and she's really confused. So she's going to take a bite at it, and she's literally going to chomp on nothing. She just wasted one of her actions biting on air.
Yep, and because of that, the image will disappear from that.
And so she's all confused right now a little bit, but she focuses right back on Overload, and she's going to take her second one, and she's going to try and tail swipe your ass again. The 16 hit you?
No, because
You
I
got...
have 17 armor currently.
So she pretty much swings. You're just like, pink, not. So you're just standing there like, yeah, go ahead. Try. Your turn, Overload.
The jackal box of go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's like, ping. I don't think so. Yeah, bring it.
All right. I could heal or double attack.
Your call. She's just standing there dripping saliva from her very, very big mouth and teeth. And
Honestly, yeah, I'll use my lay on hands,
okay.
in which I guess just deposit it all into me. So that's 25 into me.
Okay. Make sure you add that back onto yours so you have it.
Yep.
All
I'm
right.
at 56 now, and my lay on hands is at 0. That's
All
one
right.
action and second action. 20.
Does hit. Okay. Does hit. 30.
Well, I got advantage. Else. That would be it.
Okay, just the 30?
Yeah.
All right. He's still standing there. Just those
Nice.
few scratches. She's just looking at you like, why are you hitting me, you asshole? Why did you make my baby? And why did you take out my husband? That's all she's thinking. She's, you asshole. So, but now on to Gilgamesh. What do you want to do, Gilgamesh? Do you want to make it
So is the
suffer?
little guy taking notice to me at all?
He doesn't know you're there. He saw the image run by like, what? Where did you come
Even
from?
even though I attacked him?
Well, he notices you're there, but he's still focused on overload, and he's just kind of shaking like he's trying to get you off of him. That's about it. He's not doing too much. He just thinks you're annoying right now.
I'm a little upset by that.
I'm sorry.
Don't
sorry,
you
I
fucking
wanna
ignore
damage.
me!
Oh.
You're in trouble now. Don't you fucking ignore me!
Oh my god. See, little ones were easier. These are the big boys.
When I roll another d6 because it was critical?
Yes, you do.
That was added into...
Oh no, I can we can double that easily. Just boom. Because that is critical. Holy crap. Both 26, really? Come on. Okay, whatever.
I'm sorry.
I'm pissed.
Too big.
How dare you ignore me?
I'm sorry I attack big. I'm taking your glory.
So how did you attack? You just took a swipe at it on its back or something? Or where did you want to swipe it at it?
Yeah, I'm swiping at... I mean, is it like a hard shell on its back? Like, yeah, I'll swipe at the back of its head.
It's literally what it looks like. It looks like a T-Rex, but imagine armor plating like it's thicker skin plated across their head and down their backs.
I'm hacking at the back of its neck.
Yeah. Okay, so you're chipping at it, literally. That's what's happening. You're just like ting ching, and your little pieces are coming off so far. So it's really kind of like it's shaking more, but it's getting more annoyed with you now because you're just sitting up there. You're literally pissing it off is all you're doing. So it's just like, I am going to deal with you eventually here. Because right now Big Mama's getting attacked, so it's trying to defend her. So it's like, oh shit.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything else you would like to do that you can do? Do you have a bonus action? I can't remember if you do.
I don't have a bonus action. I have one more spell slot.
If you'd like to use it,
I'm down to one.
I'm trying to think what I could do that might cause distraction.
I mean, I got something that might help me.
Okay, I do two. This is probably gonna get a little weird, but okay. So I'm going to cast Dancing Lights. Create up to 4 torch-sized lights within range. Make them appear as torches, lanterns, or glowing orbs that hover in the air for a duration. You can combine the 4 lights into one glowing vaguely humanoid form of medium size. So I'm going to have the 4 orbs start spinning around the head of Big Mama.
Okay. Wow. All right. So when you do this, she is severely distracted. She is right now, she is at such a disadvantage. She's just focusing and trying to nip at the lights flying around her.
That's my turn.
All right. So since she is severely distracted right now, the little one is going to take a bite at Overload again. 17?
17
That's-
meets.
All right. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's only 16 then. Okay. 16.
15? All right.
And then I'm going to do and have that one do a kind of a tail swipe more to get Gilgamesh off its back and take a swipe at you mostly, but get him off the back. So it's going to spin around a bit and try and smack you, but it's really trying to get him off, and it's not going to work. So, no, it don't even bother. He's just spinning around trying to get Gilgamesh off, and nothing happens. It's not even worth
Nah.
it. It's not even. It's like a nat 1. He's just spinning around. Ah! It looks ridiculous. It really does. So now we're back to big old mama she's got these orbs of light flying around her. She's really annoyed. She's going to try and take a bite, but with disadvantage. So give me a sec here. Oh.
I mean, she could take a swipe at the balls, but she can't destroy them.
Nope. And it's a nat 1 anyway. She's really super distracted too. So she can't do anything. And she's so distracted by those, she's not even worried about doing. She's actually, you notice, both of you notice, she's kind of shunning the light. Like it's hurting your eyes more. And you notice she's backing away a bit. So she
needs to have an idea.
So you see her start to move back more and more, like she's stepping back into the tree line, like she's trying to get back into the shade.
Oh wait, so she's moving back?
Yeah, she's trying to move back and away because the lights are bothering her.
Oh, just give me my next turn.
So what I'm hearing is she's moving out of my attack range.
Mm-hmm.
Opportunity attack.
Yeah, she's literally taking steps back. You already have opportunity anyway because she's got those freaking orbs bothering her and she doesn't see it.
Oh,
yeah, but this is an attack above his turn because he's taking opportunity.
Yeah, because it is an opportunity, but I'm just letting you know.
Yep.
She's backing away because of that. So you will have it. Yes, definitely. So, oh, wow. Nice.
And my auto turns don't count since this is an opportunity.
I hope not, please. So, but you take a couple swipes at her. She's still distracted by the orbs. She's pretty much, you swiped at her. She still looks like she's got a couple scratches. She looks like she's starting to produce another one right now. She's pretty big, but those lights are really bothering her a lot. And she's kind of stepped back into the tree line a little more. So with that, she is literally disengaging the battle right now because she can't fight. Your turn, Overload. What would you like to do? She's still there. She's still in battle, but she's slowly like disengaging herself because stupid light somebody cast it on her.
All right, so if she's trying to flee, then I guess it only makes sense that I use Hunter's Mark.
The extra 1d6. Since you can use the spell, use this. Whoa, okay. All right, so interesting. Very nice. So now you can do a little thing here and there to track things.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, yeah, I'm going to put on Big Mama because if she's trying to run, then
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna make her run on the next turn
Yeah. So
which,
because I have a plan.
all
does
right.
this plan involve me continuing to hurt her?
If the opportunity is still there, then yes.
All right, I know it's going to cause an opportunity attack, but I'm going to get close to Big Mama again.
All right.
At least
She's-
this one won't be at advantage because
Yeah,
it's not pinching anymore.
Yeah, she's technically disadvantaged right now because she's so distracted with these stupid lights that are bugging.
Oh, I'm talking about the one behind me.
Oh, that one? That's the other big boy. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah,
Take him.
it's he that's
Oh,
gonna have the opportunity attack, but it won't be at advantage since it's not pinching anymore.
yeah, it's true. He's kind of distracted by something annoying on his back.
Oh, then if he's not paying
Don't
attention,
you
then
fucking
well.
ignore me!
Yeah, it's getting more annoyed by Gilgamesh sitting on his back, smacking at him because it's like
Ignore me!
Then if it's being bothered by Gilgamesh, then
Yeah.
hey, I'm free to go.
Yeah, it's literally it's that last turn. It was trying to literally get him off his back because it's annoying him now. And it's like, really, get off of me.
Well, then don't mind if I diddly do. It's still an advantage, so
So
that's
13.
It's fortunately it's still not enough to give it anything.
But auto trace.
Shit. All right, fine. I'll write that down because I can do that now.
11, yeah.
All right,
And
little damage.
second attack. 20.
that does hit for sure.
Which-
It really hits. Okay,
Which plus 6, and then I get the additional 1d6, so I'll just roll an auto turret again.
yeah, go for it. Yeah.
So additional
Okay.
1.
Okay. I can do that, man. And okay, I gotta use my phone for this part of the math. Shut up. All right. Wait, is that right? Let me type it again. Yep. Okay, I got it right. All right.
That's my turn.
All right, Gilgamesh. What do you want to do? You want to piss it off some more?
You know what? Fuck this little dude.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna jump into the brush. Firstly, I'm going to do not that. This.
Oh
18.
shit. Yeah. That would do it because you were on its back. I'm gonna give you a definite advantage anyway because you would have leaped off. It wouldn't have seen where you went.
Okay.
So you're well
And-
within it. Both of them, those numbers were well within it anyway.
Okay, and I'm going to ready an action if the little guy makes any movement towards overload.
Right.
I'm going to fire my energon pistol. But for my bonus action,
All right.
because now I have one because I proc this skill, I'm going to move the orbs of light, the dancing lights, and I'm going to move it directly into Big Mama's eyeballs.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yes. Blind.
Because I can move it up to 60 feet, and they have to be within 20 feet of an individual light. So 2 lights on each side of the T-Rex's eyes. Just blinders on it.
Blind her. Yes. Good.
Oh my god. Okay. So at this point, she is virtually blind. Is there any DC saving for that? Jesus Christ.
No.
Holy crap. And I don't have anything she's.
Because let me actually go back to it.
I guess that's more of a status effect.
Yeah,
It
it's
really
more of a
is.
status
Yeah,
effect
it is.
because
I'm
it's,
reading the paper I have written out. And because your perceptions were just, you noticed that you start to realize these creatures don't like the light too much. That's why they hunt at night.
Yep, and I'm giving it a big dose of sun in its eyes.
And right now, because she's backed into overload, your perception's high enough. You notice something about the back half of her is kind of in the brush. She starts blending in. It's like a auto camouflage. It's fast too. She starts blending in. If she gets in there, you'll lose sight of her.
That's what you think.
But right now she's blind as a bat and she ain't moving very far, so we're good.
Like again, that's what you think. But
Yep, so
Hunter's Mark.
and yep, that's my turn because I've readied my action. So yep, that's it for me.
All right. The small one is confused, or the smaller of the two is very confused right now because it can't find you. It's looking for you, Gilgamesh. It's sniffing the air and it's like, where did he go? But it turns its attention onto Overload because it can smell and see him and makes his way over toward Overload to take a nice little chomp out of him if he can.
Because he made movement that procs my action,
Mhm.
and he's getting a shot to the back of the head.
He stops for a second, kind of turns around, looks back. He can't see you still, so you're still hidden. And he's just like, you. And now
so wait, I still get opportunity the D6 because it's still sneak attack.
Mm-hmm.
So
you see.
Yep, so I ping it in the back of its head, but I'm still hiding in the brush.
You see, you took off a chunk of its armor with that shot this time. It just like pinked, and that's what's annoying it. So now it's turned back its attention toward the tree line. So you've distracted it enough to just ignore Overload right now. Because you literally took a chunk of its skin off, is what you did. It's armored plating, but it's still, if it's deep enough, it'll hurt them. And they will pay attention like it's doing now. So it's looking at the tree line looking for you.
I just gave it like a light smack, just knock it off.
Oh my god. So, if you're done with your turn, we're back to Big Mama, who is currently blinded, disadvantage. There ain't much she can do right now other than roar in pain and just she's just kind
All
of
around
bouncing.
fucked.
Yeah, pretty much. She's just sitting there roaring. You just hear these loud, immense roars. And she can't even do anything. She can't attack. She can't see. She could try. She could spin around and try and tail swipe, but she doesn't know where you're at. So she can't do anything. She doesn't even know which way to go because she's got these blinding lights in her eyes. And you could see her little arms like trying to reach up to her head and like try and get them away. It looks ridiculous. It really does. So right now you have an advantage, so it goes on to your turn because she can't do nothing. She's literally at a disadvantage, big time.
First attack.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Damn. Okay. You start to see a bit more cuts, like larger ones start to show up.
All right, so you got that one down, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
18.
Okay, it still hits. You're just right at her.
Boop.
Okay. Got a few more cuts showing up now. She's starting to, because you had advantage on her. She's taking it, and she's just roaring in pain. She's biting randomly. You're just able to just go step to the side and go, whack. Gotcha again. And she's just getting pissed, and she can't do anything. She's starting to drip blood, and it's running down her sides and everything. She's not looking pretty right now.
Sadly, I do not have anything else for bonus action, so that's my turn.
You're fine. She's still blind. She can't do crap.
Yeah, my skill build for this is like I have to proc certain skills in order for me to have bonus actions, just like this one. So like, yeah, this is like partially why I did this because I can maneuver them, and like I have some nice skill with that.
Yeah,
I love it.
I'm just waiting for the nat 20.
I mean, I nat 20 the little guy.
Oh my god.
I need a nat 20 so I can get an extra amount of damage.
Okay. Well, it goes on to you, Gilgamesh, now, because Overload did a good amount of damage right there. Just it's taking her down now.
So how bad does Big Mama look? Is she looking pretty hurt?
She's looking pretty hurt right now. She's still upright. She could, if she could take a fight right now, and she would probably get at least a couple more good licks in before you guys take her down. If you keep this up, she will go down eventually.
So from my position in the brush, could I make a leap and attack her?
No, because you're on opposite sides of that huge circle
Okay,
area. It would be too
I was just
far.
checking my distance because I didn't know how far away I was from Big Mama.
Unless you can do some kind of like flight leap thing where you have flight ability, you would have to kind of do a roll of acrobatics and such. And at your distance, you would kind of land in the middle of the area. It's a big area to hold these beasts in there. So, well, not hold them, but have them in there. So,
yeah, okay.
It'd be cool though, but it's too far.
So is the little guy looking in my direction?
Yes, he's like scanning the tree line, and he's kind of walking toward that direction, but very slowly because it's trying to find you. You've pissed it off enough. It's coming for you, but it can't find you. You're still hidden in the trees.
Okay. Is my fog cloud should still be up.
How long does it last for again?
It lasts for the duration, or unless there's a wind of greater than 10 miles an hour.
No, you're down in the trees. The breeze doesn't get above like just like 5, if that. It's very slow. It's because all the wind stays above. The trees kind of buffer everything, so you're okay there.
Okay, I'm going to move back to the fog cloud. And I'm purposely running in front of the little guy so he sees me run into it. I'm trying to provoke him to chase me inside.
Okay.
So I'm going to ready an action. As soon as something steps inside the fog cloud, I'm going to attack it.
All right.
And that's going to be my turn.
All right. So as you run out of there, he'll see you because he's looking.
Yeah, that was the point.
He's looking for you. You just suddenly hear the and you hear it round the rock. You're in that fog. It comes to the fog and stops because it doesn't know what it's looking at. It just sees a fog. And it leans down and it's sniffing the air. Just, you hear it. Big old sniff.
So does it kind of stick its nose into the fog?
It's kind of right at the edge of the fog. It's kind of hesitant on sticking its head in there. It's stopped. It just dead stopped. And it's really hesitant on moving, but it's sniffing the air. It's like right at the edge of the fog though. It's sitting right there. It wants to enter, but it can smell its other part of its pack, the dead one in there too, and it's hesitant on moving. So it's sniffing not just you, it's sniffing the dead body of the other one too. It's like wary of going near it now because
I can't do anything until it moves inside the fog cloud. So I can't do anything yet. It's still its turn.
Yeah, and it stands there for a moment. It's sniffing, and from your position, can you see this at all from your position is the thing. Are you in the fog? Do you see the same thing, or can you see through that fog?
I would say I'm using my perception of sound to I could tell its position by the sound of its sniffing.
It's loud. It's a big boy, so you're not gonna be.
I'm not using my eyes for this. I'm listening for its position to know where it's at.
Okay, so where are you next? Is the head still in the fog? of the other one?
Yeah. The
Okay.
fog,
That's I want to
because
make
it's still
sure.
over where its corpse is. So, like, it
Okay.
might have drifted maybe a few feet, but otherwise it should
Yeah.
still be where it's at.
So you hear it move. You hear the shovel, like it's moving around to the right side of the cloud. It can't get too far because the rock and the tree is over in that area. So it's a big old dino, so it can't get too far. So it stops, and you can hear it sniffing, and it's just big old honking snorts of air. You can feel it move, and it sticks its head in just a bit, and it's looking around. You could probably see its eyes glinting every once in a while, like it's looking around. You'll see a shadow of it moving in, and it slowly takes a step in, and it just stops. And
All right, so the moment it steps in, I get my attack.
Yeah, you can take a nail on it. Take it.
All
Take
right.
Bring it. Oh, that
22.
Because either way, you would be on it. So.
All right.
Ouch! Ouch!
My nose.
Yeah, pretty much. It lurches back from you swiping at it. You can hear this loud roar, and it's pissed now because now it's got a nice little mark across its nose, like it's deep, and you can see some of the drips. You can hear the dripping blood from its nose, and you can hear it and just hear it kind of scramble backwards a little bit, like it's mad, and it's like just pissed at you. So it can't really do anything, and it doesn't want to approach you. It knows you're in there, and it's just going to sit outside of there. And it's looking around, it's pacing. It can't do any more. So it's done with its turn. It can't do anything. It doesn't want to approach you. It smells the dead one, and now you've cut its nose. It's wary of coming near that fog. It's afraid of you. The fog. The fog. So
I'm about to get Rambo on this bitch.
So back to Big Mama, who is, well, she's still blind. She's gonna try and take a tail swipe, and she's just gonna swing around. She's gonna randomly try and hit you. So see what happens. She does nothing to you because she has a big disadvantage. She just swipes the tail. You're just standing there watching it go over your head, and you're just like, there it is. So she still can't do anything else. She's still blinded right now. So she took her chance, and that's it. So it's up to you now. It's your turn. She's really screwed.
Die.
Yeah, she's really screwed. You guys screwed her over. I think either which way, Jesus Christ.
Well, the great thing is those dancing lights will stay on as long as I have concentration.
Yeah. Okay. She is looking really bad right now. A lot of her armor, her armor is breaking off. She is bleeding heavily from all the wounds she's got, and she's blind as hell. She's still clawing at her face, trying to reach with her tiny little arms. She can't get it off. You see her even brush up against the dead tree, trying to get the lights to come off, and they're not going anywhere. She's trying, but it's nothing.
That's so sad. Can we get an F in the chat?
If I see an F in chat, I'm just gonna sit there and lose it. Okay. Oh,
the 16 hit.
She is looking totally fucking messed up right now because she is losing her armor more and more. You've hit her so hard. She's losing her armor. She's bleeding heavily right now. She is like just sitting there scrambling about. It looks kind of pathetic to watch. It really does. It's like, oh man, too bad.
There is no honor amongst thieves.
Not a thief. She's a dinosaur. Well, sort of dinosaur. She's something else. So
They attacked with bigger numbers,
true, and bigger ones. Ah.
so it's only fair.
All right. Is there anything else you can do? Anything bonus wise?
Nah.
Nope. All right. Gilgamesh, do your thing.
All my bonus actions
Oh,
are related
you
to spells.
posted it in there. F. Ah. God,
So I can't see how badly the little one's taking it, right?
No, you can only hear it because if he can't see you, you can't see him unless you have some kind of ability to see through fog. So you're just hearing
I
him
don't,
piss.
but
he said it's kind of like watching a 2-year-old dinosaur having a temper tantrum. It's
let's
like,
see. I'm really gonna piss it off because we're gonna start playing peekaboo.
oh shit! I knew it. Damn it!
I'm stepping out of the fog, and that's only gonna take me 15.
Yeah, he's right
So I'm
there,
step
so he's
out.
not far. So you can do whatever you need to. Oh my God.
I'm gonna be right beside it, and I'm gonna slash it. 15.
That one doesn't hit him. That one's just
All right. So, and with my remaining 15, I'm gonna step back into the fog. This time, I'm actually gonna get on top of the corpse. I'm actually gonna get on top of its on top of the body.
oh my God. So are you on top of it, the head that's sitting there? Or are you on top of it? The
No,
body?
I'm on top of the body.
Oh my God. Okay. All
And
right.
actually, for flavor,
Oh no.
can I kind of like dip my hand in like the bleeding energon of the body?
If you wish to.
So we'll say this is my
Better.
bonus action. I'm gonna dip my hand into that energon, and I'm just gonna kind of like wipe it across my face.
Oh, that's dirty pull. All right.
And that's my turn.
All right. Now it's its turn. It's sniffing the air. You can hear that big, it's that big hefty sniffs, and it's pissed now. So
Mhm.
it's gonna step into the fog. It's coming in. But it's only sniffing. It comes to the head of the dead one and it sniffs it and nudges it like, you're not alive. Okay. And then that's as much. It's got very short distance. It can't see very far. So it steps in even further. So it's almost entirely in this fog. A good portion of it, except for its
And
rear
you
end.
you already know why I applied the blood, right?
It can't smell you.
Exactly.
Yeah. It can't smell you right now because all it smells is the blood of its fallen pack. So it's sniffing around, but it can't detect you. It's not going to be able to do anything. So it's right now it's at a disadvantage again.
Can't hit what you can't see.
Nope. So Big Mama's going to spin around. She ain't going to be able to do anything. Let's make this quick because she can't do anything. She is still blinded by the lights. So overload.
Yep, Tiny can't break my concentration, so them lights are
Yeah.
are sticking on her face.
She can't do anything. Even if she tried, she's hurting badly. Her armor plates, most of them are missing and coming off. It's your turn, Overload.
Finish him.
Yeah.
Finish her.
Yeah, pretty much.
Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, let me do a little math here.
22, 23, 29.
Is there anything else you want to do?
Oh, she's not dead?
Not yet.
Okay.
She's sitting there. She's
One
fine.
more time, but with more energy.
Okay, how do you want to finish her?
Cutting from the underbelly into a diagonal slash.
Oh, you're cruel. Oh my God.
I am a warrior.
Describe really in detail how you do this. Just not just a simple slash. This has got to be eloquent. Just give us more description, please. I'm letting you have total artistic view and just give a description, please.
All right. coming out from the underbelly, starting from I guess the abdominal.
Yeah, that works.
Coming from the abdominal, activating the I guess Well, I can't really activate the energy sword into a higher density. So I'm gonna drag it from the abdominal to the cross, like diagonally down, and then proceed to do the same thing on the other side as well.
Oh my god. You're literally disemboweling her and cutting her wide open.
Yes.
As she stands there, I'm going to finish it up.
And to top it off, slice to the neck, cleaning off the head.
Oh my god. Her last moments, she falls to the ground. The head falls off, landing right there perfectly, just sitting there. As twinkling lights are still around her eyes, her body collapsing and spilling out all the internal guts of her all over the place. And you, standing in a puddle of it, looking down with your blade. Just, God, you pretty much decimated her. There you go. Congratulations, you just finished her off.
Bonus action.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hunter's mark on the little one.
All right.
Can you hit it without seeing her though? Because she is in the fog.
Hunter's marks allows me to see my target.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives me advantage if I need to find them.
You could allow it. I'm gonna say I'll allow it because it's you're right there. You're both in that area, so you'll know that it's over there anyway. But when you do that, that little one perks up because it hears the guttural last moments of Big Mama. And it steps out of that cloud and sees what you've done and bolts. It's gone. It runs right out of that brush. It's gone. It's leaving. It is not sticking around to fight. You can grab a hold of it, Gilgamesh. You have an opportunity to nail its ass, but it wants to leave now.
Yeah, I'm going to try to like jump down and like knock it to the ground.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna go in for another attack.
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay. Oops.
I'll take the second one, sure. Because you didn't have advantage. Oh, it's you, dog. Sorry. So you come down, you knock into it, it slams into the tree, but it keeps going. It's determined to get the hell out of there now. It doesn't want to stick around. It just wants to go. So Overload, you can take a shot at it too. It's in your sights completely right now.
Up to you if you want to let it go, because it's gonna be your chance now.
Right now, it's scared as shit.
Can I do one better?
You can go for it.
Transform.
Oh, okay, go for it. I want to see what this. There you go. I'll give you a sound too.
Crash.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Okay.
Both characters must do a save or be knocked prone.
Holy shit.
There we go. 37.
Well, you're fine. All right. Okay. Here we go. Come on, big boy.
And both of us must make a dexterity save and beat a DC of 20.
Hang on. We're going to do a little bit of math. He is still up.
Oh, he beat the
he beat it. DC? Just
but now we got to see if he's knocked prone.
Well, no, he beat it, so he's not.
Yeah,
he's not
not knocked prone.
Oh, he did beat the save.
Yeah, he beat the save. He actually beat it. I was
I
like,
mean,
that's not
I
possible, is it?
I straight up
shit.
know I'm not gonna make this fucking save. So
Yeah, it's just,
yeah, I'm not gonna make the save.
but this thing has no interest in you. It's gone. It's making a run for it still. It's gone. It just wants out of there now. It's like it bolts out through where you took down the first one. It's running along that tree line, and then it's just shooting out through the trees, and it's not stopping. You can hear it stomping away. Just it's like the
Now,
little one, but louder, and you can still hear it running. It's gone. It's not coming back from the sound of it.
now, realistically, I could go on full hunt mode.
If you really wanted to, but remember, you're there to kind of to scare them away or get rid of them, and yeah, I think you just successfully did that because
Yeah,
you took
I
down the
as I
big one.
step out, like I just kind of say to Overload, little one won't survive on his own out there, especially as damaged as it is now.
Yeah, Jungle Planet isn't a nice place, especially if you're in the hostile areas. There are
I'm gonna
planes where it's not safe.
transform back.
Yeah, and I'll drop the I'll drop the dancing lights.
And and
I heard a lot.
Yeah, you took the brunt of it there, didn't you?
now on this part of it, I'm sorry to interrupt, but those little crystals there were on the path. They were actually, I forgot to mention them because they were something I put in intentionally. They're tiny little purpley whitish things. They were like Easter eggs for you guys to find and pick up. That's what they use the generators or using the generators. They're like small energon crystals, but they're fragments of them, like they were dropped and placed. So you guys could pick those up as you went along if you wanted to. And I will retcon that back to where if you want to, you pick those up because that was my bad. I forgot to say that.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
if
So that'll
they're an like like a pure energon crystal, yeah.
they're small. They're like what Felix pulled out and showed you guys. They're just like it fits in your hand, but they're looking for bigger ones. So they're still looking for those because these little ones had to come from somewhere. So you collected about on the path. I'm going to give you the fourth one because actually it was sitting up on top of a rock that was supposed to glint. I completely forgot that one. So I'm going to give you the four little ones. But you see all these while you're all standing there, these little purple crystals and stuff there. So you can take a bit of a rest and get some energon back because you could technically take a bite of one of these crystals, but it's not in its purest form. It's pure, but it kind of needs to be refined down a little bit more. That's what the generators do.
God, I hope your master is saying I do not wish to find another Dinobot.
Well, I did say she was a White Widow spider, so this is definitely not her. I kind of move over to examine Big Mama's head.
Yeah, she's still
Is there?
over here.
Yeah, is there anything? Because we noticed like the area around it seems a little bit corrupted. Is there something noticeably corrupt about the energon flowing out of her head?
It's like they should have blood, not energon. So they're like it's kind of weird. You notice that it's both. It's like a mixture of energon and blood together. And it's not normal for a blood creature to ingest energon. So
Well, it's certainly not normal for a bot creature to have bioorganic energy.
yeah, in a way it's this whatever they've been around, they've been exposed to something from what you can tell big. The little stuff that's laying around you wouldn't do this. So there is something bigger. It would have to be something that would affect them. The little stuff, you guys can hold it. Even the small creatures can hold it. It won't affect them hardly. But if you're exposed to the energon and you've ingested it in some form, thinking it's food or something, or the area around it is affected by it, they were getting affected by it in some way. And it's not a natural.
So, based on the foliage around us, would it be a safe assumption that they've been digesting this poisoned wildlife?
Yes.
So they've
Because
been ingesting everything around us.
because you can see around the area there's bones of creatures, and you see some of the bots that were torn apart by these things, the ones that went missing or were killed.
Can we identify those bodies at all?
You can try to with an investigation check.
Yeah. Let me, I'll give it a shot anyway. 16?
Hmm. I'll say that you can identify some of them as the descriptions of some of the ones that went missing. But you can see body parts. You can kind of see there's a pile more down toward the southern part of the map here, like a big pile of them.
Well,
It's
we found the
bones.
missing villagers.
Yeah, bones of animals, bots, just kind of laying there.
They've been eating everything, including organic. Is there anything, I guess, unique about the body of Big Mama? Like, is there any like noticeable like decay from? Well, I guess is there any noticeable changes to the corpse since it's been killed?
You can see that it's just normal decay. She's split wide open, but she's bigger than the other ones. She's obviously the female, the matriarch or this pack that was there. But you notice there's just a little bit of other coloring, but you would have to know if this is normal to the species or not.
And I wouldn't know that.
But you do know that the blood and the energon blood together just that's not right.
Yep.
So you can investigate around on what's left of the bodies, or you can take a look at the dino bodies a little bit more. It's up to you.
I actually want to examine the trees and examine the foliage.
Okay, where do you want to start with? Near the bodies or by the big body?
Yeah, I actually want to start in the spot where the big one came out of. Like,
Okay, she came out more of down to the. So let me highlight it here, like down in this area.
okay.
You see the
Uh,
majority of the bodies, like it almost looks like. Whoops, I hit the wrong thing. Like this is almost like where they ate at, sort of, but it kind of almost would look like a nest as well.
okay, yeah, I'm looking around like the foliage and the trees. I'm just trying to see is the forest the cause of the poison or is the monster the cause of it?
Well, you see the little energon crystals wherever they're about at. Really, it's not affecting a whole lot of stuff. You could take a sample of the plant back to, say, Micron, who would be able to analyze it and tell you what's going on with it, possibly. But outside of that,
Yeah,
everything kind of looks normal to the foliage mostly.
I'm gonna grab a sample of the foliage.
Okay. So you have a piece of the discolored, it's like that iridescent purpley, greenish. It's kind of odd because it's not normal. So do you want to look anywhere else and investigate?
Is there anything about the nest that that stands out to me?
You would have to do kind of like a perception check on that area to see.
Sure. 13.
Does Overload want to help you?
Yes.
Because you can see the bodies and that, but it's kind of dark there. So,
although I am in pain, I will assist. So I can just give advantage to him, and he gets 18.
Okay. You see back pretty far. This nest travels back, and you see, and sorry, it's not the greatest looking thing, a cave. It's big enough for these dinos to come in and out of a bit. You can see there was some wear and tear at the top of the cave, like Big Mama had been having trouble getting in and out of it.
Should we check out the den? I just look over to Overload.
Well, I mean, if we go in, we should only have to really deal with 2 if they did come here. So.
Well, that one booked it off in the one direction. That little one, it shot off in a whole other direction. So.
Oh, then it should be empty. Should being the keyword.
So, do you want to?
With my dark vision, how far into the cave can I see? Because I have a range of 120 feet.
Well, you're on the outside looking through the trees. It is kind of hard to see. You can see the cave entrance.
I mean, I'll move closer. I'll move closer to the mouth of the cave.
So, let me get it to load up here, and I will switch the marker. Give me a second.
Before I do, though...
Oops, wrong button.
I'm going to stealth that.
Nice stealth. Very nice stealth. So, I will... Oops, I got blessed. I grabbed the map again. There we go. I am clicking the wrong thing. That's why. So, you see that far into the cave right now. It's like a direct shot. You see that. Because from where you're at to there. I hope you can see this map. Because
I actually... Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay. It was just hidden for me.
Yeah, I have it kind of blacked out right now, so you can't see everything.
Yeah, yeah. I just had to move into the right spot for it.
So you can see in the cave. You don't really hear much. It's pretty quiet. You just hear little bits of cave noise here and there. It's pretty quiet. It's like you hear a little bit of like a dripping water sound every once in a while, or other sounds.
Nothing so it looks like it kind of branches off, like in 2 different directions.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought I had cave stuff for this. I don't. I could just throw the jungle sound back. Where did it go?
I just turned Overload. Well, we've dealt with the issue here. We can either go back with the heads, or we can go check this out.
Oops. Ooh, I shouldn't have done that. Overload. Is Overload live?
Mega?
Is your mic muted again? You're up.
Oh, I said we can either go back with the heads, or we can go explore the cave. What do you want to do?
I mean, if there was by chance something in here, honestly speaking, I don't think I could take any more. So it might be best that we head back and rest up.
Fair enough.
So which head do you want to carry?
I'm taking my kill. I take the turtle's head.
I'll switch back to the village. Oh my god!
It's not like I can carry that big ass head. You're the one who's got to carry your kill.
It's just like a cutoff of. So which are you gonna carry? And it cuts off to them getting to the village.
So you can transform and haul it that way if you'd like. The big
That's
one
what I'm
can.
gonna be able to get.
So I want you to picture this. I'm in my motorcycle form, and in the seat is this turtle head, this severed large turtle head. That's just strapped to the top. That's just strapped to the seats.
These dinosaur heads are just sitting up there, and I'm just sitting there going, "Oh my god, what am I seeing in my head?"
And we're rolling up like this.
Yeah,
I literally
so,
have a head stuffed inside of me.
yeah. So I'm gonna say you both roll up with these dinos' heads, and you're on you and in you. Skipjack is standing out there, and he just wide-eyed optics looking. What? And it's just like he's standing right near the cantina, kind of like outside, just like he's standing guard, but he's just kind of standing there. The others are milling about doing their things. They're working on projects and stuff. They all stop because they hear you coming because they can't hear coming up.
Oh, they're gonna hear me coming.
Yeah, that's who I'm like. They're gonna hear him before you. You're big too, but they're gonna hear him. And it's like they're all standing there, and Felix comes out. What? Okay. What happened here? Okay. They're kind of
I'm
excited.
popping a wheelie as I come into town and power slide into right in the center of town.
Okay. So is this what was attacking us? He's kind of questioning. Skipjack's looking there. He hasn't said a word. His mouth's just open. His optics are wide, just like looking at these.
I transform back and I drop the head at my feet. Like, probably.
And you see Aatrox come around. Whoa. Yeah, that's the thing that bit me. He's like, he points at it, but that one's small.
in which then I finally pull up, just we killed the big ones.
Big
or at least
one.
most of them.
And Aatrox is looking over. And did you dump yours out yet? Over?
I physically can't. Someone has to grab it.
Oh.
Yeah, so like I'll just go to the back overload, just open his back bed and just
they all step back
just
real quick, like
yank the big one out and then just toss and just lands straight on the ground.
And Aatrox.
Is this the one you mentioned?
That's her. That's the one that bit me. He's mad. He comes up and kicks it once, and it's like you are.
My congratulations! You have a new ornament for your village.
Oh, we'll put this up right away. He's just like, and Skipjack's just standing there. So you wiped them out, or did you chase them off?
Not completely.
There
are two left. One's relatively big. One's like, I guess, a child. If you put that perspective.
The little one was pretty badly injured before it ran away, so it's likely not to survive the wild.
The little ones, anything that's alone that's a predator out here isn't gonna make it long. Skipjack's like,
yeah, but any predator that's wounded becomes prey.
Which way did that bigger one go? Felix is wanting to know because he's like, wait a minute. It's like, do you know which way it ran off to? Toward the village or away from it?
It ran south.
Oh, never mind. That's like a dead zone. It's screwed. It's going to be like meat for something. Like you said, it's going to be prey. You don't want to go too far south because it's nasty down there.
And something interesting I found out about these things, they have an active camouflage.
Active. Skipjack's like, wait, what? He cuts Felix off. Active camouflage? Is that why we couldn't see them?
Yeah, as soon as they stepped into the foliage, they immediately blended in.
Well,
which is probably why they like to hunt in the dark.
Well, that's a bunch of slag.
And we also found out that they really don't like the sun.
No wonder they didn't hunt during the day.
If you blind them with some lights, you can probably scare them off if they ever return.
Well, we were going to have to modify some optics or something or headgear so we can spot these things better. But hopefully, if you took down the, was this the biggest one?
Yeah, pretty much.
If you're
They heard.
looking for a cheap option for defense, I recommend spotlights in the front and the back of the village.
Well, they
She
didn't
heard a
really,
lot.
they don't come near the village very often. This is Skipjack talking because
No,
he's the,
but as a defensive measure, in case they ever should get dangerous enough to come back and attack the village, this would allow you to blind them and give you some matter of defense.
well, we'll set up some spotlights and get on it. You see a couple of the other bots back there, like, we got it, we're on it. And they just, you can see them walk off and they start working. They're like actively doing stuff to get things set up. And Skipjack's like, yeah, but these weren't normally here before. So what made them come here?
That we don't know, but there was a cave entrance that was back in nearby their nest. I have
Yeah.
a feeling you might find something in there.
Wait, a cave? Skipjack's
Mhm.
really, I
Yeah.
wonder if that's where those, one of the bots who made it back one time said something about possibly an area or a cave of some sort with larger crystals in it, but he couldn't haul one himself. But then he was attacked by these things, and he said something about webbing or something somewhere. But that's all I got.
Webbing?
Yeah, like
Where?
possibly in a cave or something. He didn't specify where. He died shortly after. We wanted to get more out of him, but we were trying to save him. And, well, he's kind of buried elsewhere right now.
Well
Oh.
then, I guess my job isn't done after all. And
Mm.
I'll kind of go into my satchel and I'll just pull out the sample. This was taken from the forests nearby. It was very different in color and smell, almost as if it was rotted and dead foliage. I hand Felix the sample.
Felix is looking at it. He's kind of like, it's like he's feeling it. We've seen this stuff there before. And
I think
Skipjack's
there's a
like,
connection to it, but I can't prove it.
um, where's Micron? And Skipjack's like, he's still in the medical thing doing an analysis. And Felix walks off. I'll be back in a moment. And he walks off with it. Leaves in Skipjack and Aatrox there, who's kind of like sitting there hoisting this head up on his shoulder and like trying to haul it off. And it looks ridiculous. And Skipjack just looks at him, shakes his head, whatever. Just get back to this. So, were there more crystals there at least?
Mm-hmm. And I just reach out and I just show him a handful of the little crystals I managed to pull.
Like, is it one handful or is it like where you're holding both together to hold them?
I just pull out a handful
Okay.
from what I've been able to gather. Like
He
there's
ta-
more of this, but this is what I've been able to find, and I just show him
he
what it looks like.
he picks it up from your hands and he's like, this will run us for at least a good, solid week here, or maybe just a little longer. But it'd be better if we had a bigger crystal. But if that cave is technically empty, we might be able to retrieve a bigger crystal then. That would power one generator for many cycles. We wouldn't have to worry for a while. Then we can concentrate on mainly just putting up things, fixing up things. And if those things are gone, we're not going to let our guards down, but certainly it'll make it a little easier around here. Maybe the vegetation will, and the creatures around will relax too, because we've been all tense. We could feel it.
Maybe, but the cave warrants investigating, and we're gonna go back tomorrow after we get a rest.
If you don't mind,
Big
I'd
guy
like
here
to,
took the and I just kind of pat overload. Big guy here took the brunt of the hit, so he needs some medical attention.
well, you're more than welcome to use our medical facility. We'll fix you up. I'll even look at you because you've seen my work. But
I am screaming internally.
And Skipjack, though, I'd like to go with you tomorrow to see if I can retrieve one of those big crystals. If it's okay.
As long as you don't consume it.
We may run into more danger if you're up for it.
That's fine. I can jet us out of there if we need. I'll just make sure I'm topped up. I don't like doing that too often because then I use resources that others can use.
Yeah, and it's probably best that I guess try to have as little contact with the crystal thingies, because well, what they did to these, so we won't exactly know what they would do to us.
It may not be ingestible, but it could still potentially be used for power sources. And look into the crystals further before you do actually use these.
Well, and Skipjack's looking at you and looks back down at the crystals. We've been fine on these, but Energon with organic life doesn't always work out unless there is a change on the molecular level. Sort of the CNA and whatever these creatures' DNA type stuff works with. So if they're ingesting this stuff, it's going to do some nasty stuff. But why were they eating it?
Lack of normal food source, I suppose.
Maybe
When creatures
so.
become desperate when they don't find food that they naturally eat, they end up turning to any other source that they can. Perhaps they ingested something that they really shouldn't have.
Well, I'll put this stuff in our energy resources. Thank you for at least retrieving this. I'll meet you over Overload at the medical bay, and we'll get you patched right up real fast.
Agreed. I hurt.
Skipjack walks off to put those in the storage, so that way they can just retrieve them when they need to. And then he comes back at the door, kind of following you up, and he's just looking you over. And he goes, "You got pretty well chomped on, didn't you?"
You should have seen the other body.
I did. And he turns around, looks back at the head that Atrox is still trying to move like an idiot. So,
Oh, I'm talking about its lower half.
oh, maybe I'll see it tomorrow.
Possibly.
I mean, what's left of the bodies we left back there?
Yeah. So he takes you in. He sets you up on the other bed in the medical facility there, and he's got you just hooked up, and he's monitoring everything. He's like, "You're a little low on energon, and you got a few holes here we need to patch up." And he goes and retrieves one of those energon cubes, but it's the one that has a little bit left in it. And he goes, "This should actually be more than enough." He sets it on a tray next to you and he hooks you in. You start feeling that it's like a cool feeling, but it kind of gets warmer as it goes through your entire system, and you can feel the
That kind of
energon
feeling
just
when you get like saline going through your,
Yeah.
your body, like it's cool at first, and then just goes through your body.
Yeah, and it's really cool feeling at first, and then it's a nice warm feeling. It lets your body relax a little bit. And Skipjack starts taking a look at the major wounds, and your body system just kind of puts you into a slight stasis so that your body starts repairing itself a bit, but the major wounds he's going to patch them up for you. So he goes, hopefully you won't feel any of this right now. And he just starts taking a little like tiny welder. It looks like a scalpel almost, but it's actually a little welder. He's putting little plates on. He's welding up all the holes and everything. And he's doing a really great job. Felix comes in and he's like, "Oh, you got pretty messed up, didn't you?" He just walks over next to you.
I killed big one. As I try to give a thumbs up.
He's like, "Put your hand back down. You're all right. Just rest. Appreciate what you did. If you still want to take my head, you're more than welcome to, but appreciate what you did for all of us here. Just rest."
Even if I could, I am not able to move.
All right. Well, why don't you rest here? And then when you're ready, and if you're up to it, you can come over for a drink. And he kind of motions to you, Gilgamesh, quietly, kind of like toward the back of the front where Micron is. And he's like, quiet, like, "Come here for a second." He's just kind of motioning, like, "Come on."
All right, I go over to him.
He gets over by Micron and he kind of lowers his tone. "What you guys found out there it's energon, but the plant life, it's both.
Both.
It's both energon and organic together.
The crystals are growing out of the ground. Do you think it's somehow connected? Like the energon is somehow fusing with the trees and the biolife.
Possibly. That is a very great possibility. I'd love to have more samples if possible. Micron speaks up. Just like he's very interested in this because he's examining it and blowing it up on a screen for you guys. He brings it down to a cellular level, and you see this cell that's like glowing internally, but it looks organic externally.
I'll gather more samples when we go out again tomorrow.
That would be excellent. I would love to come along, but I'm not much for out there.
That's fine. I have no problem. I intend to go back out that way anyway because of rumors that I've been hearing about spiders in the cave.
Ew, spiders! And he gets a little nervous. I know the one was a spider bot, but she was nice. Made him jump because just the sound of spiders.
The spider that's been set in the cave. Do you know what it looks like?
Nobody really. We just heard that there was webbing, and it sounds like spider. We're not sure. There was only the one, and his voice just trails off, and he stops talking. Felix like, it's okay.
No one's really seeing this, but my fist is kind of clenching because I'm really fighting the urge to just go back there immediately.
Felix,
we will have to deal with this tomorrow.
Well,
my friend is injured, and I think we might be running into more danger than just I alone can handle.
All right. Felix looks at you. Well, if you want, you can join me for a drink or go get one, or if you want, you can retire to one of the cabins again. And we'll take care of Overload. He'll be all right. He's just going to rest probably, and then as soon as he's ready to get up, he'll be up probably in no time with Skipjack in there. He's a good medic.
I'll join Felix for a drink, and we'll discuss matters further.
So you head over to their cantina. It's up and running fully right now. You've got the other bots are in there. They're watching like one of the races. It looks like it's on Velocitron just going on. You just hear this. And you just see and hear the announcer just going on about some of the racers and how it's going. And they're just having a good time watching this stuff. They can receive, but transmit is another question. It's very seldom that they transmit out.
Yep. Makes sense.
So he takes you over there. And he goes, I'll make us up something. And he goes over and he mixes up a couple special drinks. He goes, this one's a little stronger, so be careful. And he just kind of takes a swig of his. It's a little Energon specialty that I make. Kind of gives you a kick.
I just take the shot back, just
and
pop it.
He's just sitting there. He's like, whoa, you want another?
How am I feeling after that first one?
I don't know. Let's see. What would you roll for this? Constitution?
Yeah, it'd be a Constitution.
Let's roll for that. See how you do.
I mean, is it that strong to where I would need to roll on one drink?
Especially if you drink. He said it was a specialty drink. Most of the time, It's just like straight Energon type drinks. There's rarity to having a heavy alcohol.
Oh, I'm fine. That's a 20.
Yeah, you blow it off. You're experienced. You have the experience to handle these drinks, so you have no problem with it. Felix is just looking at his like, maybe if I'm younger. Sets his back down. He just waves over for another drink for you, and the other bot's like, here you go. You're going to be fine. But you feel the Energon pulse through you a little faster you kind of feel like it's juicing you up, and you can feel it, and you kind of just sitting there and you're like, ooh, what is this feeling? You're just pulsed. You're just feeling it. Boom, boom, boom. It's like, whoa.
It's like you gave me a vodka and Red Bull.
Yeah, pretty much. You're getting hit with.
I got this like just mixture, just like this concoction going through my system. Like I don't know if I'm going up or I'm going down.
Yeah. And it's like, and he's looking at you and he's like, how you feeling?
I feel great.
Good. That's what it's supposed to do. But I wouldn't recommend doing that all the time. I gave you a lesser drink this time because usually one is enough. You hit that 3 or more times and you're going to probably blow out some servos, or a couple bearings might go south real fast. And you can fry your circuitry if you're not careful. You might burn
Oh
out
yes, I trust me, my friend. I've seen and had many a drinks in my time.
Well, this one can really wreak havoc on you. I can make you one to go ever if you ever want one. And he's just
I kind of
sitting-
I'll look around the bar. Like, what kind of liquors does he have on hand? Like, is there anything unique that I could make a mixer out of?
Well, you got various let me see, how do I put the chemicals and other additives that you could put in, because you're bots. You don't normally eat food. So you're eating energy or some kind of liquid energy. So it would be like oils, liquids, hydraulics that would process through into your system and give you what you need.
So I'm looking around and I'm going to mix the Cybertronian equivalent to a White Russian.
God. Okay. So they're all stopping. Most
So yeah,
of them are
I'm
watching you like,
mixing up the ingredients, in a small glass, the little bit of ice in there, and I mix it up, stir it up so it's good all around. Slide it over to him. Try this out.
So what do I do with this? Do I just shoot it back or do I sip on it?
No, you sip on it.
All right.
Just take a little swig.
So he's looking at you through his optics and he's staring at you for a moment. He's like, "This ain't gonna kill me, is it?" He takes a sip. Whoa. Okay, that's good. Where'd you learn to do that one? That's really good. He keeps sipping on it while you're talking. You start talking to him. He's just sipping like, "Oh, this is really good."
When you've traveled across the system as I have, you tend to mingle with many different people, many walks of life, and you learn many different drinks.
He's still sipping on it. He's almost done with it. It's like, this is really good. Can I get that little bit of a recipe for this? Would it trouble you?
Got something to write it down on?
He slides his tablet that he usually carries around with him over to you. There you go. He's like eager to get it now.
And all right, so yeah, I will type up or write up, however it's done on the tablet, the recipe to create the Cybertronian White Russian.
I'm gonna give that a unique name. I'm gonna find something and make it a unique name for your drink. All right, with that, it's starting to get dark outside. You can see out the windows, the lights are starting to dim down. Everybody's in a good mood. They're all drinking. And it's kind of getting to that where you see some of them, we're going to head off to the charge bed. And they tap on Felix's shoulder, like just kind of tap him with the fist, like, we're off to sleep. And he's like, no problem. Get some rest. I'm on my way too. He's just sitting there enjoying it, watching what's on the vid screen because the one is still on. The rest are getting turned off. He's just sitting back with all this has happened.
Do I have any remote access to the news feed?
You can try and see if it will pull up there. It usually can because they're able to receive all that info. It's just putting it back out. They, like I said, they don't transmit very often. So you should be able to receive something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking to transmit out. I'm just looking to see if I can receive like any like news bulletins.
So
while I'm sitting up at the bar.
So you can pull that up on your little ARM console if you want. They're literally tablets that you can pop off your arm. That's what Felix is as well. And it just blends in, it gets covered up by your armor. But you can look at yours and you're sitting there looking, not much has changed. The feed is still cycling, but the bounty for you is gone.
It's disappeared?
Mm-hmm. It's been removed. And overloads was put back up to, what did I have it at, 150? Been put back up to 150. The ship has gone up to almost 400,000 Shaniks now.
I just tilt my head. Now there's got to be something on the ship.
So
how much time has passed since we put overload into the like medical deal?
You've been sitting there for a good many cycles, at least millicycles. You haven't been there too long, but long enough that you could probably go check on him and see how he's doing. He should be done by now.
Okay, yeah. With that, I'm gonna go check on him and see how he's doing.
And Felix is like, I'm gonna head off to a charge bed. More welcome to the charge beds again. And he heads out too. He just walks over to one of the cabins, climbs in, and he's going to bed, in a sense.
I just give a knowing nod and I'll say thank you, and I will walk to the medical room.
All right. As you come in, you still see Micron on the counter. He's still working. And all you hear is these little words every once in a while. Fascinating. This is so fascinating. Oh, this is brilliant. Look at this. Ooh, ooh. And it's like, that's all you hear is little whispers and stuff. He's just kind of going nuts with this stuff you brought him. And he's just looking at it constantly. So as you walk in, you can see Overload sitting up on the bed. He's just sitting there. Just like, So, Overload, how you feeling?
I'm assuming better because you should be patched up.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, Skipjack's kind of comes around. He's coming out from the back room. He goes, yeah, didn't need to use all that energon on him, but it did fix him up fast. And I got his arms and legs and all that. Anything that was damaged is all he's pretty much almost healed up right now. And a little more rest, he'll be fine. So what would you guys like to do? Go off to a charge bed and rest for the night, or?
Yeah.
Well,
yep. So
we need our spell slots.
Yeah, This will give you everything back, and it will restore all your health and everything. Because right now you got repaired. You went and got a drink that just gave you a kicker moment. Because you're gonna feel that for a little bit. Because it's like, whoa. So, you guys make your way off to charge beds. Is there anything you would want to do at the last bit there, or do you just want to lay down?
So as we're walking back, I just say quietly to Overload, bounty's changing again. I checked the feed. What do you say was 400,000 for the ship?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he increased it to 400,000 and pushed your bounty back up to 150.
Well, something's important besides from the AI. I can try going over the ship again to see if there's anything that I might have missed.
Call me crazy, but I don't think it's the AI he's actually after. I think there's something else on the ship. I try to radio Timmy. Can I manage to get through?
You can try.
Well, yeah, I'm trying, but
see.
Can I get through?
I'm trying to think, how would I want to have this play? I'll say you get.
I guess roll to see if it goes. I don't know.
However, yeah, I'm trying to figure that how would I roll that one for this. If I did, I'm going to say no. You can get through, but it's a little staticky here and there. It, for some reason, you're able to get through right now, but it's not great. It's really staticky because maybe it's nighttime and it's not getting affected as bad at this moment. But you can hear Timmy on the other side. Yes, sir. I can hear you. Do you copy?
Timmy, what's the progress on that opening of the hidden bulkhead?
Just a moment, and you can hear ching 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 ching. It sounds like he's jumping off the steps down, and he's down below. It's like, where is he at? And you hear this, and you hear Crux, how's it go? Oh, you have it open already. I just got it open, sir. And then you just hear this, sir, is the captain available?
He is right here with me.
I guess I'll patch in. What's the status?
Sir, there's something in the ship. Crux just got the panel off. He's gonna have to replace his blade, but... And you hear all three of them at the same time. Energon. Pure Energon. So much Energon. They're all like in unison saying this. So you hear this trifecta of voices going off at the same time. And then you hear Timmy, sir, the bulkhead, it's lined armor more than normal. And it's packed with Energon cubes. It looks like it's all the way back. It's just packed with tons and tons of Energon. There's so much in here. We've never seen this much.
I just turned overload, and that's why he wants to pay more than the ship's worth.
And so,
Pilot, do you want us to continue cutting the other bulkhead? Because there was 2 sections where it's hidden.
Continue that, but if you can, try to at least cover the one that's been opened until we arrive.
Aye, sir. Close it? He's questioning.
Close it, just don't seal it up.
Uh-oh.
We want to be able to open it up again.
And it sounds like he puts the like he's moving his arm away. Crux, they want us to close it. And he's like, close it? Just patch it like you're tack weld it there. You know, just tack it on. You know, you do your thing. Okay, fine. Okay, he's gonna tack it back into place. It was the panel's hidden behind some of our cargo here. We'll put that back too. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. And I'll ask it, can I speak with Phoenix?
Aye, sir, I am here.
Phoenix, can you give me an accurate count as to how much energon is on board the vessel, including what's in the hidden compartment?
As current, when the panel was open, my sensors were able to pick up. Calculating. There is over 300 energon cubes packed in there.
My eyes just kind of widen. 300 cubes?
Yes, sir. They're in various parts in that compartment now that I can read it in that part. If there is another compartment in here, I don't know how much is there, but estimating how much is here, approximately 300 full cubes. Worth.
Well then. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. He's paused for a moment because he's calculating. 750 million Shaniks. Nope. Correction. 7 billion 750 Shaniks. Just in this load.
I just slowly turn and look at Overlord. Like, you had this much on the ship, and you had no idea.
I mean, it was less than a week.
Well, safe to say you're a massive billionaire.
Apparently so.
All you
Well,
hear,
that explains the ever-moving target, and seems to be pointed directly at you. Which, I'm a bit disappointed. They gave up on their bounty for me.
you hear Phoenix come across again. That ship that was coming towards us, I cannot detect it anymore.
It's probably landed at this point.
Unknown. Did not detect where it went. It was still out further, but my
It
systems,
disappeared in the outer rim.
it was there and then it was gone. It showed up and it was like it just vanished. I'm not sure. My sensors aren't fully working down on this planet for some reason. I am getting interference here and there. Oh, what now? Timmy just blurts out. You hear Phoenix come across. Detecting anomaly. You hear Timmy scrambling up the steps to the bridge. You can hear him. He gets up
Timmy,
there.
give me the position of that anomaly.
It's close to where the original landing site is, sir. I can see it from here because the sky backdrop. I can see something flying up there. It's big-ish, sort of. And he's kind of confused on. And Phoenix comes across. It is approximately 7 feet in diameter, maybe bigger. Wingspan is very large.
Wingspan?
Yes, it is flying. I can detect wings. But it is fowl like? Bird. Bird like.
Continue to monitor that anomaly. If it moves closer to the ship, contact me right away.
Timmy comes across. A little late for that. It's coming back this way.
Shit.
It's just flying over, sir. And Phoenix, it is not actively doing anything. It seems to be scanning, but not us. Timmy's watching out the window, and they killed the lights in the ship, so it's dead dark inside. And he's looking out the window, watching this thing move. It's got green eyes.
I turn to Overload. I've encountered this thing on my way into the village.
Let's hope it's friendly.
Wait, it's moving
I'd
again.
say it seems to be. It paid me no mind as I drove by it, and now it's hovering over our vessel, but it just blew past it.
Sir, it flew over our ship again, but it's going off in a totally different direction.
Continue to track it. If there's any other unique changes, let us know.
And Phoenix comes across, sending you current coordinates of its direction and path. And you get the coordinates and like a little map sort of thing on its general direction from your position.
Is it kind of headed into that poisonous forested area?
Yes, it is, sir. It's headed in this direction, and he pinpoints down right about where you guys are at.
Call me crazy, but I think there's more to this forest than just large, ravenous monsters. There's something else here.
Lost tracking target.
Last known position.
Sends you the coordinates. It's still headed in that general direction.
Kind of where the cave is at.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as if I need any more reason to go back there. Let's rest up, and I guess we'll have part 2 of this adventure tomorrow.
Aye, sir. We will maintain ship. Excuse me, I can maintain myself. Not that way. Yes, I know. They're arguing a little bit. We will take care of things here, Captain and Pilot.
Keep up the good work.
Yes, sir. And then communication cuts out. So you two want to go rest now?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Just gonna go hit the recharge button.
All right. You two are going to go lay down in your charge beds that are being provided by the village. And you can feel that energy start pulsing into you, and you both. Optics kind of shut down. Everything shuts down to go into standby so you can fully recharge and get some rest. And with that, we're going to end this session because it went for quite a while again because it took a little longer than I expected. So, sorry.
Well, we started early, so hey, it works out.
Yeah, I was just, I didn't expect combat to go so interestingly. Jesus. How?
You think you're just gonna throw a big ass monster like this and I ain't gonna just fuck with it?
Well, I'm sorry. I'll try a little
Oh
harder.
no.
Wait, no.
You're misunderstanding.
No.
You're
You're gonna wake up in the
misunderstanding
middle of the night to something attacking the village right now. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. We are done right now, okay? Jesus Christ. And you made my dice work. They actually, I was surprised. I was like, holy crap. I was like, in my rolls were legit garbage. I was getting garbage rolls. So you guys were like, I'm like, oh Jesus, I'm getting crap. I'm not getting anything that's gonna stop you guys.
Dude, like, you gotta understand though, like, I only really had one strategy because I was gonna get down pretty quickly with some of these damage numbers they were doing. So it's like I can't afford to get hit. So that's where I'm like, I played distraction and dancing lights on Big Mama to blind her.
Yeah, and that was, I'm like, Jesus Christ, she'd be totally blinded right now. She's not.
Yeah, because these are like 4 torches that are just being held like right up to her eyeballs.
Yeah, she's out in the sunlight, but that doesn't bother her as much as they're right there. These things mostly are at night hunters. So I'm like, you came in when they were all sleeping. The one was technically the guard. So when you woke it up, that little one got woke up, and it was just like because of the roar. The other 2 were just kind of like, what now? And then when shit happened, they got both up, and I was like, oh, fuck. And I was just like, how the hell? And then you guys just started hammering into him, and I'm like, oh my God, I put so much HP into these things. It took you a while for Big Mama.
It's a good thing I was able to distract Big Mama so much to reduce the overall attack to the Megu.
Yeah, I was just like, if it wasn't you blinding her, I'm like, she would have.
We probably would have been in trouble.
Yeah, and yeah, I forgot your HP is lower, and I'm going, oh
yep.
Shit.
And I will preface this, I took no damage in that attack.
Yeah, I was like, shit, you're staying out of its range. You're
flawless fucking victory, baby.
And you had
I'm the man.
Yeah, he had the high stealth, so he was able to just. And it's like, shit, you're gone. At that high of stealth, both of them were good. like every one of your stealths was high, so it didn't matter. I'm like,
Oh yeah. I
holy
mean,
crap.
I'm spec'd for that, like specifically. Like, I mean, I have a +9 to my stealth.
Yeah, so it was just, I'm like, how? But at the same time, I'm like, you guys are having fun with this. I'm just gonna let you beat the shit out of them. But I couldn't do much because the fog
So
and blinding. What am I gonna do here? I can't do much other than wild crap, swing around wildly and hope to God I hit you. Which,
so question, especially after such a massive battle, did we level up?
ah, you'd be upset if I said no, wouldn't you? So I'm gonna say no.
I
You didn't
almost
level.
died.
Nope, you didn't level up. Sorry.
I was taken down to half health.
I'm kidding, Dave.
I call bullshit.
I'm kidding, Dave. Both of you, I'm kidding. No, with that battle, I did purposely set it up to actually make you level up, and I wanted to see. I actually had something prepared just in case if you started getting your asses handed to you, because I was like, I don't want you guys getting killed. I don't want to have to do a revive thing of some sort. They come and get you real quick and get you out of there or some shit. I'm like, I had a couple things planned. No, this worked out actually brilliantly because you fought the two biggest ones. Big Mama was the biggest one, but you handled her like, I got her. You both handled her. And then the other one, you just scared the shit out of because she's the matriarch. You took her out. The others would have backed down a bit. If there were still the other three, they would have still tried to fight you. But once you got her down, the other one sees this and is like, fuck no, I'm out. And took off.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm on my own here. Screw this shit. So you guys handled it very well. So yes, you do level up. I'm not awarding points. I'm just saying you level up because I don't want to do math in my head. Please don't. Even if
I'll take care of that myself because
yeah,
I got something special coming to me here at this level now.
because you guys literally beheaded two of them. Each one of you did. One of you disemboweled it and beheaded it. I give you 2 levels up, but that's a little extreme. But because that was impressive. But no, just 1 level up is fine for right now.
Captain Insano shows no mercy.
Yeah, it's like, dude. So yes, you do both level up at this point. So I will let you adjust your stuff, and I will look it over eventually here when I get a chance. So, and just see, because I'm trusting you guys to handle that part of it, because these are your bots. You'd know them better than I would. I'll just make sure things aren't too OP. Jesus Christ.
I mean, again, I did say that it'll probably be best to like modify the sword because again, I was going off of what was shown on the sheet before.
We can do a
Which,
little
if
modification.
Because if it's too powerful, then I'm fine with changing it.
Nah, you're fine. I still got more stuff to throw at you guys.
I mean, and this was only our second session with combat, so like,
and this was upped. I upped it drastically because when I had 2 sets of stats for Big Mama, and actually the other one too, depending on how you handled the first 2, that's what decided the change real quick. So you guys could have easily wiped out Big Mama and the other one.
And if it wasn't for my skills, we probably would have gotten wiped out.
Yeah. So you guys actually, I adjusted on the fly after the first 2 because I upped them already, but seeing how fast you were taking it, okay, got to switch those stats around, and everything switched on the last 2. So when I introduced them, that's when I switched them. It was like, this is their numbers. This is what you're going against. Because I wanted you guys to have some fun with combat. You fucking exceeded what I was expecting because you threw out shit. I was like, oh my God, I forgot you have these. Especially with the fog and the blinding lights.
It's why I chose these particular ones, is because I'm not a heavy damage dealer unless I can be in a specific condition. So I have to be able to create those specific conditions in order for it to work.
Yeah,
that's why I have fog cloud. I have dancing lights. I have invisibility. I have stuff that like
you have that mirror image thing that you tossed out there, and I'm like, that's actually kind of
my minor
head.
illusion.
I
Yep,
can see
and
that
that's a cantrip.
and all of a
Minor
sudden,
illusion is a cantrip, so I didn't have to use my I didn't have to use my spell slots to do that.
yeah, she literally reached down and just opened her mouth and bit down on air, and so she
Yep.
was like, "What?" Because I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
that
all
worked.
mine require spell slots, but it's all just for increased damage.
Yeah, you're the damage guy. I set you up for it.
hang on, I got you. Let's get the setup. Go out there and do this, do that. Okay, go
Mhm.
for it. Boom. Oh, that was it.
I mean, literally one spell can last up to 10 rounds, and with the
Yeah.
damage that I do already, plus what I'm going to be getting, like,
Because I'm kind of glad I didn't do this initial thing, because before we actually ran into them, I was actually thinking about casting Pass Without Trace, because that would cast a veil of shadows between me and my companion. So we could have walked in there silently, and we would have had a plus 10 stealth to our stealth checks.
You could have, yeah, because they can see, but they're not that blind. They're like, because I'm like, these aren't normal T-Rexes. These guys can see you, even if you're not moving. They're like, you're food.
Yeah, but this is a cast. This is a veil of shadow and silence that surrounds us. So like they couldn't hear us, they couldn't
Yeah.
see us.
Yeah, so you guys were all good.
But
because I was like,
the thing is, if I did that, I would have used up the spell slots I needed for the stuff I would have did later.
oh yeah, okay.
So that's why I'm
right.
like, I'm glad I didn't do that, because then I would have only had one spell slot to cast like the fog cloud or the dancing lights.
Oh, okay.
So
was-
big brain plays. Big brain plays.
And then I'm throwing shit out there trying. I'm like, like I said, I'm on the fly right now doing a lot of them because I was like, I'm gonna flip stats on these if you guys, like I said, do take them down. So that happened. Any ideas on what the big dark thing that's flying around your ship in other areas? I'm just curious
I mean,
what you guys
it seems
think.
to be this owl that's been following.
some,
No, that's something I thought I'd introduce into it. No, I'm still streaming a bit. You can. Why? What are you going to tell a cheesy joke? Wife standing here.
No, just wanted to know if you did 1 or 5.
She wanted me to throw 5 at you. I threw 4 at you, but they did so well in combat, dear, that I had to flip stats on the last 2. Oh, she's mad at you guys now. And me, I think, because I didn't introduce 5.
I mean, it would have turned into 4 either way because I scared one off.
Yeah, you did tell it to run away, which was
Yeah,
impressive.
so
In which I was
Yeah, so,
surprised
like-
that they didn't come back because it only lasts for one round.
Yeah, it's a small one. It wasn't. It was just gonna try and do some combat, and if you guys took it out real quick, that was it. It literally was one of the feelers to see how well you would do. It still had high stats, but it doesn't have body armor like the rest of them really does. So,
And yeah, I scared it off with one word.
what was that word again?
Flee.
Lee.
meanwhile, I'm on the back of this one and just like smacking it, and it's just ignoring me. And I'm just like, stop ignoring me!
I like to imagine
I
you spot up
critted
there.
it and everything, and it's just like, meh. Like,
Yeah.
fuck you!
Yeah, it's like its intent is on protecting Big Mama, and you finally got it mad enough though with that shot. It was just like, oh, that's gonna do it because it hit hard enough, like with your crit though, but it was still high enough in health that it's gonna ignore you. But as soon as it gets down a little, just enough, it's gonna pay attention to your ass because that's the way it was designed. It's going to. You're pissing me off now, and I'm gonna come at you if I can find you. So you got it distracted enough away from Overload and the Big Mama. Technically, he should have actually gone back over because she's screaming in pain. He's not. He's pissed at you. He wanted you.
Yeah, I guess it was pretty helpful that I didn't bother to attack that one at all.
Yeah, because then he would have focused right back at you anyway, if you did.
Yep, and pretty much my end game was to distract everything so Overload can get his opportunity attacks in.
Yeah. So you guys did really well. So yes, I actually already had planned, depending on how well your combat went, which was, yeah, I'm gonna screw with you and tell you you didn't level up, but you did, guys do level up, because I was like, this is an opportunity for you guys to level up. Let's see what you do.
I don't even know what I get for leveling up.
Good question.
And honestly, I can't be bothered to look it up right
Don't
now.
worry about it.
Yeah, I
It's-
mean, we got plenty of time, and plus you got another
So-
campaign to go do tonight.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try and drop in on that and listen and hang out for a while. And
Honestly, I'm not sure if I'm 100% for it
oh,
currently.
I took it out of him again. I'm so sorry.
No, not you. IRL.
Oh, well,
Life, yeah.
yeah. Okay, well, we'll end the stream here, and you can find the Twitch channel. You'll find the YouTube link. Also, I'll upload this shortly, depending on how long it takes to actually. And I will find some actual music in here and stuff that I can play because I keep forgetting to hit it. And Dave, you still streaming too?
Yeah, just
yeah.
because I'm still looking for a job. I haven't been streaming much lately, but yeah, you can find me twitch.tv/SpaceGhostDave. Right now, I just been kind of farting around with Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duels because kind of been bored and just looking for something to do. And like, I'm getting back into older stuff. Like I I re-downloaded Payday 2.
Oh,
Might
so
start
did
playing that a
I.
little bit. Yeah, might start playing that a little bit. I might try and convince Leader because I know we talked about it before. Like we might try and do some Payday 2 here. So we'll see what goes on.
Oh, I'd love to
But
get in on it again. I haven't. I've been trying to play it here and there to get brush back up on it because I did stealth really well.
What's been getting me back into it is the soundtrack because I've been listening to the soundtrack while I've been playing stuff. And I'm just like, why don't I play Payday 2 again?
Yeah,
it's
the
soundtrack is ball and the game is fun.
Well, and
like
for mine, when I first started playing Payday 2, I went in there, selected the character, not thinking of it. And then my friend Darren, the Irish one, he comes on, he goes, how'd you get John Wick? I'm like, who? At this time I didn't know who he was. And I'm like, John Wick, he's like a badass assassin. Like somebody you don't want to mess with. And I'm like, well, I'm good at the game, sort of. But he's like, no, how did you get the skin? And the other one's like, dude, it's part of all of ours. You can get that skin. I just selected it because I liked it. I didn't know who it was. So I'm sitting there and I go, yeah, if you put me in VR and do Payday 2, I like it when you do akimbo pistols because you can split your arms and you actually have two pistols in two different directions at this point instead of just the two forward facing. I'm sitting there two apart and shooting one down steps, one at the doorway. So I'm watching two targets going bam, 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 back and forth. And I'm like, quick reload, quick go, let's go. But I haven't done that in so long. Man, I've been enjoying playing it again. I didn't know they added a lot more, like a lot more. I did the White House one just to see what it was. And I'm like, we're actually at the White House? Like dumb. I'm sitting there watching this going, oh, wow. So, yeah, I'd join you guys if I'm available to jump on it anytime. I'd love to stream that too, just for the heck of it, because it's fun to watch too.
Yeah.
Because you can do some stupid stuff too.
Oh, yeah.
So, but yeah, you can find Dave's link down below. Go subscribe to him. Make him a Twitch and YouTube famous person. Then he doesn't ever have to leave the house. Sorry, I can't. I'm like, look I have to leave the house. I have to go to this place that I have to deal with all these others. No.
See, I would go out and touch grass, but it's really hot outside, and I was like, no.
The grass is even hot. No. So
yeah, because it's in the 90s out here. It's like, fuck that.
Yeah. So yeah, our links are all down below. They should be good to click on. If anybody ever has a problem with it, please let me know. I will fix him. But outside of that, well, I'll say night to you. Bye. Hope you had a good weekend. See you next week for Dungeons and Destiny, where the Titan will smash through a wall probably or something. You know, we'll throw him like a rock.
Bungus burger.
Yeah, see. So Everyone have a good night.
Yeah, I mean, you may have another run-in with a certain new character that hasn't really had too much time yet.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna brick him in the wall.
Yeah, just throw him. He's fine. Or he'll carry the heavy stuff for you and leave holes in your floor. Mm-hmm. So